Right. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is Friday, September 20th, 2024, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning, Panel Member Rodriguez.
Good morning, panel member Page.
Please state your name and number for the record. Mr. Holman.
Jeremy Holman, 401-968.
This is a rehear hearing being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jeremy Holman, 401-968. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 42 months with 5 years of probation to follow for criminal possession of a weapon, sale of narcotic, possession with intent to sell, and risk of injury. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of 2/3/2024 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. The inmate was heard by the board on January 12, 2024. He was denied parole and the new hearing date was set for September 20, 2024. The board recommended the inmate completed a tier program from DOC, Voices, the fatherhood program, and refrain from obtaining any new disciplinary reports. Since his last hearing, the offender has completed the following programs: Voices, Embracing Fatherhood, and a tier program. He is currently participating in the Facility Addiction Services Intensive Aftercare program and is scheduled to complete that program on December 16, 2024. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender overall score for recidivate and falls within the high range. Mr. Holman, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I prepared a letter for you guys today.
Sure, go ahead.
Good morning. First and foremost, I would like to thank the parole board for allowing me to have another opportunity to show my growth and progress. I know that parole is a privilege and many people do not get a second chance to speak for themselves. I had time to process my thoughts and realize how fortunate I am to become grateful for the opportunity to continue to develop. I used this time to cultivate a variety of skills and methods, which made me a humble, confident version of myself. Voices was a life-changing program. Every class opened my eyes wider and wider to see how everyone's lives can be affected from one wrong choice I've decided to make. When we change the way we look at things, the things we look at can change as well. It is our choices that determine our fate. I am more remorseful and empathetic than ever. Voices program made me come to the realization that every choice I make in life either heals or hurts, and I cannot afford to react without thinking about things and the pain and anguish that comes from losing many years of my life from one 5-second decision. I want to apologize to any and everyone who I may have victimized in any manner. Another program that was life-changing, which I enjoyed being part of, was Embracing Fatherhood, which motivated me to do more and live right. Because I have young children who look up to me and my kids are the center of my world. I regret missing so many important moments in their lives. They also suffer from me not being around to see their first days of schools, holidays, and birthdays. Not only did I miss out, but worst of all, I stole valuable time from my children. So when I'm released, I will be a present, active, supportive, nurturing father that models healthy behavior. I am motivated more than ever to be a positive force and source of dependability for my children. And that starts with making wise decisions, which I'm prepared to do. In January, 6 days after my first parole hearing, I started the Tier 4 program, which was 6 months. The program dramatically raised my levels of awareness, mindfulness, and discipline. It constantly challenged me to think about everything I do and step forward with accountability and wisdom. I also felt at peace with myself being in the therapeutic community with other individuals who have the same common goal, which is recovery. The Tier 4 program demanded that I be accountable for myself and use one of the 12 steps each day to pursue my recovery. Once I finished the program, I was given the honor to be in the aftercare program that gave me a chance to elevate my recovery and continue to keep my positive mindset, which I'm currently still doing today. When I'm released, I look forward to entering a welding apprenticeship program so that I can get paid to learn the trade. I also decided to go to the halfway house so I can stay on a positive path that I'm on. Focus on building a solid foundation to become the successful man I know I can be for myself and family. I will continue my journey towards being someone my kids can grow up to imitate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Holman. We appreciate you taking the time out to write that statement. And it seems to me that the previous board knew what they had in mind when they asked you to do positive programs and gave you a second opportunity. So we are going to begin our questions with Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Holman, thank you for that opening statement.
You're welcome.
I was on your previous panel. I don't know if you remember that.
I remember.
Yeah. And it looked as if you really took the opportunity that we gave you and utilized it. You did everything we asked you to do. But I don't really have a lot of questions because your statement for me answered a lot of the questions I would have had going into this. What I'd like to do is just to kind of, you're going to be getting ready to go out at some point, right?
Yes.
Talk a little bit to me about what your plan is, your release plan is when you're on the outside. What plans have you started to make already when you do get on the outside?
Well, I'm going to be going to a halfway house when I'm released from here, so I can focus on myself more and do what I have to do for myself instead of just going straight home. So I talked to a few people in the world to help me get a steady job and to get a steady income coming in to be able to fend for myself. So I'm looking forward to using the resources that was given to me to better myself when I get home.
When you did your T4, your tier 4, did you get a chance to connect with CCAR?
I did, but it was a long list to get involved in there. So it was a lot of people on the waiting list before me. So it was basically first come, first serve. And the program is actually packed at the moment because there's a lot of people that participated.
Have you identified a sponsor for yourself?
No.
Is that something you think you may want to, do before you're out?
Well, I have my mom and my grandma and stuff of that nature, but
Well, I meant more of like a sponsor around your addiction issues.
I have to look into that. I know I was talking to someone from the Wheeler Clinic, and they came and they told me about a bunch of resources I can contact when I leave upon my release. So I can give Wheeler Clinic a call because they gave me a pamphlet and things of that nature.
Well, again, I'm pleased that you took your tier 4, you got into tier 4, you completed that you're in aftercare, and you're continuing to work on that you took the fatherhood program like we asked you to do, and maybe you can share a little bit about what you picked up from your experience in the fatherhood program.
The fatherhood program taught me a lot about how your kids can be affected from the decisions that you chose to make in life. Not just I'm affecting myself, but I'm affecting my children because I'm missing time out of their lives. And, I can't be there to make sure that they're on the right path if I'm out here doing it wrong myself. And to be more in my kids' lives and be more in my children's, be there for them as much as possible so they won't make the mistakes I made growing up.
Yeah, because one of the critical roles you're going to play is to be an example setter.
Right.
Because your previous examples were not healthy and not good.
Not at all.
At this moment, I don't have any additional questions, Madam Chair.
Yeah, so Mr. Holman, I want to go back to one of the comments that you made, and you said that your children are the center of your life or your world. But that must have been just recently and as a result of something else, because you know, you've been out there committing really serious offenses since 2011. So if you're now saying that because of the program, you now realize the importance of being a good father, I can understand that. And I think for me, it would make more sense with what you have shared that you have learned in the fatherhood program. Because I'm thinking that may have been the wake-up call for you.
Yes, it was.
Okay. So can you tell me exactly what you're doing in the aftercare program?
Well, the aftercare unit, I do programs Thursday and Fridays. And
What
I
kind
do
of programs?
their addiction, drug addiction programs.
So is it like you're learning things on how to live a sober life?
Yes, correct.
What else?
They're teaching us about how easy it is that you can go back in the world and there's going to be a bunch of triggers around you that can easily have you relapse and ways to cope with avoiding those triggers.
And how do you avoid them?
By staying positive, having a sponsor, someone who's reliable. And if you're feeling like you're about to relapse or you have any doubts of doing something negative, to always call your sponsor, or you can go to any program that's available in the world, like NA and AA programs that you can attend.
Okay, so Mr. Holman, that is the whole idea of the aftercare, is to provide assistance to you that will help you how to live a sober life. So what they're actually telling you is, do you know what your triggers are? And then once you're able to say what your triggers are, then they're sharing with you that you need to get a sponsor. So when you get those urges and cravings, that you can call your sponsor. So you mentioned you received the Wheeler Clinic pamphlet. So
Yes.
I'm assuming aftercare is telling you where you can go and seek outpatient treatment, and that in the addiction services portion of it, it's helping you to understand the importance of having a sponsor, attending meetings, and those sort of things. So is that what you're doing?
Yes.
Okay, so when my colleague, Mr. Rodriguez, asked you about that program, those are the things that he was hoping that you would share. But I'm happy to hear that you are learning those things, and hopefully that you're writing a release plan for, I heard you say you want to go to a halfway house.
Yes.
Okay. And who do you have for support?
My mother, my grandmother, my aunts.
In terms of employment, what about employment?
Well, my uncle has his own company and with carpentry, so I can always give him a call. He said he'll have something to do for me when I get home. We'll figure it out. But I haven't talked to him since my last hearing, so.
Okay, perhaps a follow-up phone call to him would be helpful. Okay?
Okay.
All right, I have no further questions. Ms. Page?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Holman, I was on your prior panel as well, and I was one of the people who did not support your returning for a new hearing. Part of the reason why I did not believe you were an appropriate candidate was because of the nature of your crimes. You know, although you were only charged with one firearm, you were caught in possession of a firearm more than once. And that to me was cause for concern in our communities, especially when you couple it with consuming alcohol. I know one time you were intoxicated, and I'm not sure what other drugs you were using out in the community, but it really does. I'm happy to see that you are able to complete the programming. Excuse me. To complete the programming that they asked you to complete. But to me, honestly, things like, do you have a sponsor? The answer shouldn't be, I'm looking into that. That's concerning to me. You know, there's a, you know, when he talked to you about C-car and, you know, oh, well, I'm just going to go to Wheeler's clinic. Those are things that you really should have thought about when you were preparing your letter. I heard you speak extensively about being in the fatherhood program, and that obviously was a program that really had the biggest impact on you. However, the tier program, I think, was more of the program that they really wanted you to do to address your substance abuse. And it doesn't sound to me like you really took out what it was that you needed to learn in that program. I think the fatherhood program was because one of the victims in your crimes was a minor, right? Is it your stepdaughter? Was it your stepdaughter? What was she? Is she your daughter?
Yes.
Yeah, she's your daughter, yeah. So that's why they wanted you to do the fatherhood program. But I'm happy to hear that you at least have a plan and that you're trying to move forward in a positive way. And for that, I commend you. I still, again, have concerns, and I still will not be in support of your early release today. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Page. So, Mr. Holman, we're all done with our questions, so we're going to deliberate on the record. You can listen but not say anything, and then we'll give you our decision.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I share basically the same concern around it, because that's why I asked about a sponsorship. I would have liked to have seen that kind of set up already, and I'm surprised that, having gone through the Tier 4, that there wasn't that thought given to some involvement with either C-car or sponsorship on the outside. That doesn't take away from the fact that I think that Mr. Holman has done some work that we have asked him to do, which is voices, which he took and completed. He did complete the Tier 4. He did not set up what he needed to set up. He did complete the Tier 4, and he's an aftercare at this point, still working on it. It's a very challenging, thing, because there's, on some level he did complete. On another level, even though he completed, he didn't really prepare what he needed to prepare to come out. He comes out, his EOS, I believe, is September of next year, which is almost a year away from now. I think I would like to give him more time to prepare a more robust release plan to come out. That's not taking away from the work that he's done to get to where he's at. So I don't think I'm ready today to release him based on that particular fact, that I don't think he's really set up a plan that will help him really be successful on the outside, even though he would have some supervision during the halfway house and through parole. I would have liked to see a more robust release plan in this particular case. And again, I don't want to take away from the work that he's done, because he has completed voices and he has done a fatherhood program, which I agree, I think was the program that impacted him the most.
Okay, so what?
Well, I'm not ready to release it yet. I mean, I'd be willing to come back with an established.
This is a rehear.
I know it's over here.
And he's in the aftercare program. So I will tell you what my concern is, because I did hear you talk about the CCAR, but I think part of aftercare is similar. I'm not saying it's the same thing for CCAR, because what there's, when I asked him, he mentioned Wheeler Clinic came and gave a pamphlet. Well, there's more to it than that. He said he goes to addiction services on Thursday and Friday. And basically, what I'm assuming that he was trying to say is that they're trying to help him to understand when he gets urges and cravings, he has to consider getting a sponsor. So for me, he's still in that program and hasn't fully assessed a good release plan. But the fact that he finished the tier program and was invited to do the aftercare says that, there's some acknowledgement that the tier 4 the aftercare would kind of complete the tier 4 program. For me, I just don't see where he is able to express what the tier 4 program has taught him. He said it raised the level of his awareness, and he was able to share common goals of recovery with others in there. And yes, those are just two parts of it, but being in a program for 6 months, there has to be more. So despite the fact that Mr. Holman has spent the additional time and did complete, and I have to agree with both of you, the Embracing Fatherhood program seemed to have had the most positive effect on him. And as Ms. Page pointed out, one of his victims was his daughter. I consider his crimes here pretty serious.
They are serious.
So for me, I don't see myself granting discretionary parole today. Mrs. Page?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think the moral of the story is that Mr. Holman, I heard you guys discussing the aftercare program, and even going through the tier 4 program, there's no way that they didn't discuss obtaining a sponsor. There's no, that's something that is a critical piece, especially if you're participating in NA and AA and all those things. And I think that Mr. Holman might be just a little nervous, and maybe he just wasn't able to articulate things clearly. I'm not making any excuses for him. I'm just like, something had to not click. I don't know. However, I think that, he did what the prior panel asked him to do, and he did not get any disciplinary infractions.
Did not.
And this is a very serious case. And I know that I heard him talk about CCAR and a sponsor at his prior hearing. So I think that I don't know. I really feel like he's all over the place. Sounds like I am too, but I don't think that it's he's done what we asked him to do. And I'm teetering, guys. I'm teetering because, while his offenses are very serious and he does rate out very high, he is also very young, and he looked like he had quite a bit of a temper when he was out in the community. And this really may have been a learning lesson for him. So, yeah.
Are you all set,
Um,
Mrs. Page?
No, I'm not sure what I want to do yet, Madam Chair, but if you guys know how you're going to vote, you're more than welcome to. I'll keep pondering.
It's tough because he has done the work that we've asked him to do. He has put effort into that. He has come back, he's done the voice, he's done the embracing fatherhood. He's done, the issue is, what did he really get out of the experience that he had?
Right. The evidence of
That's
offender
kind of what we're
change.
struggling with at this
Yeah.
point. His opening statement was a very good opening statement, and he shared a lot in it, but in questioning him and in asking him the questions, it sounded a little different. It sounded as if there was not enough preparation work done. And I agree with you, Councilmember Page, that, that those things are discussed and talked about and set up. We've dealt with other individuals who have shared that they have been set up and talked about, and usually have those things kind of arranged before they go out, because we know that once he's out, he's not in a situation where anything could happen and he could get right back involved again. It's one of those situations.
Right.
But, then we look at the other end of it, he's done the work, and maybe releasing him today and the supervision that he gets during discretionary parole will help keep him on track. He did ask for a halfway house, which I think is also a positive thing, because he knows he's going to have supervision in the halfway house. So, I mean, I in that sense, I would be willing to reconsider my initial decision in granting discretionary parole, because of the fact that he would have that kind of supervision on the outside. And he still have some time now to kind of begin to set up a sponsorship, working with his aftercare program to set up a sponsorship through CCAR or through something else. And that's where I've just decided to sit.
I think I'm
But he
leaning
can
towards
do
that
those
too.
Yeah.
He can do
I think
those in aftercare.
Yeah. I think that I'm leaning towards granting him as well, Madam Chair. And I say that because just knowing what we know about the Tier 4 program, if he were just warming up a seat, he would have been kicked out.
Right.
I'm just thinking that maybe he has difficulty retaining some of the information. He's not an unintelligent young man.
His statement was very well done.
Right. Yeah. I think that I would support his request.
Okay.
And that doesn't happen very frequently, Mr. Holman, by the way.
Right. So your original statement that you wouldn't support, you're now saying, looking at the bigger picture, that you would.
Yes.
And I wasn't on his prior panel, and my concern today was the fact that he did the Tier 4 and he's in the aftercare program. And what I was trying to suggest before is perhaps the reason for not connecting with CCAR is because there are similar things in aftercare. That's why when I asked him about, the Wheeler Clinic and, saying he needs to get a sponsor, and hindsight is 2020. I think, Mr. Holman, for many time you have left, you should sit down and write out, when you go to the halfway house, what you're going to do. And I know maybe you're nervous today. I was not on your previous panel. I was just going by what you shared today. But from hearing my two colleagues, they were both there before, and they sense that there's some change, and that, your learning curve has increased much better than you were at the last hearing. So I would be, willing to go along with both of your recommendations. So Mr. Holman's date would be today's date. And I have no contact with victim AL without PO's permission. No consumption of alcohol, behavior management for DV, no driving without PO's permission, and halfway house. Is there anything else before I make the motion?
I'm good with that.
Ebony Clark. Who's Ebony Clark, Mr. Holman? Oh.
That's one of my kids' mom.
Okay.
On a-
And was she the co-defendant in one of your cases? She was in the car with you, with the
Yes.
drugs, right? Okay,
Yes.
okay. So we'll do, Ebony Clark without the parole officer's permission. And I also have his daughter's initials, JH.
JH,
Correct.
yes.
Correct.
Yes.
And
JH.
also, I also want to remind you have a protective order through 2099.
Okay, so in the case of Jeremy Holman, inmate number 401968, there's a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after September 20th, 2024, with the following conditions. No contact with victims AL, JH, and EC without parole officer's permission.
Madam Chair,
No.
I'm gonna interject. So Ebony Clark is his co-defendant, was a co-defendant in one of it. She's not a victim in this case.
Oh, I thought that's
Correct.
what was said before.
Yeah, no,
She's a co-defendant, okay.
yes.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna start over. No contact with victim AL and JH without parole officer's permission. No contact with co-defendant Ebony Clark without parole officer's permission. No consumption of alcohol. Behavior management for domestic violence. No driving without parole officer's permission, and release to a halfway house. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion granted. So, Mr. Holman, we wish you much success, and don't forget what we're recommending that you will not recommend it. Just for your own sake, to do a release plan. It's not mandatory or anything, it's just a suggestion,
Okay.
okay? Good.
Yes. Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Jeremy Holman, 401968. Mr. Holman, you'll receive all this in writing. Good luck to you.
Okay.
You're all set, sir.
Thank you.
Have the officer send the next one.
You're gonna go back the same way down the hallway. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Russell.
Good morning.
We're about to begin.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is September 20th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names, certify their review of statutorily and required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning, Panama Rodriguez.
Councilmember Page, good morning.
We also present is our Office of Victim Services Advocate, Ms. Vasquez. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Eugene Russell,
Inmate number, sir.
11605.
This is a rehear hearing being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Eugene Russell, 011605. He is serving a sentence of 53 years, 24 months and 30 days jail for what's followed by 3 years probation for sex assault first, sex assault second, 3 counts of risk of injury, assault first, violation of probation on a larceny 6, attempted larceny 5th, 2 counts of larceny 5th, larceny 4th, assault 2nd, larceny 3rd, assault 6th, and a failure to appear 2nd. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of February 27th of 2016 at 50%. There is
Officer
victim.
Smelly?
Yes,
May I
Um,
just clarify one thing with you? I have 3 counts of the larceny theft.
3 counts of larceny. Yes, 3 counts. That's correct.
I have,
Yes.
I don't have that. I'm sorry, Officer Smelly.
Yep.
I have, an attempted larceny 5th. And then
Yes.
2 counts of larceny 5th. That would be 3. However,
3,
I heard you
yes.
say an assault 6. Did you say that?
Larceny.
No,
6.
larceny.
Larceny. 6.
Larceny 6, yeah.
Not assault. A larceny
Okay.
6.
Okay, all right. Sorry, thank you.
No, that's all right. And failure to appear 2nd. As of today, reflect a parole eligibility date of February 27th, 2020, 2016 at 50%. There is victim input in this case. The inmate was heard by the board on July 27th, 2022. He was denied parole and a new hearing date was set for July 2024. The board recommended the inmate successfully complete Track 1 sex offender program, create an adequate release plan, and not receive any new disciplinary reports. As of his last hearing, per his disclosure and a review of the RT, it showed he completed sex treatment, short-term sex treatment program. And he stated he has a release plan in place and ready for the board. Additionally, he received 2 new DRs, disciplinary reports since the last hearing, 1 for fighting and 1 for refusing housing. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender overall score for recidivate falls within the low range. And utilizing the static 99R, the offender overall score for sexual offense recidivism fall within the low range for recidivism. Mr. Russell, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Excuse me. I've served my time. I've taken every advantage of every program that was available to me since I've been in here. I'm sorry for the pain and anguish that I caused my victim, as well as my family. And I hope that I can get out and try to put my life back together and some semblance of I'm sorry, you know, I've been here so long, and I've taken every course I could take. I've done everything I can do. Yeah, I have problems with disciplinary a few times because of what the charges against me. Okay, you know, fights and things like that. I had no choice. You know, if I'm attacked by someone. And I'm sorry for the main thing is I'm sorry, and I just hope that the victims are okay, and I'm sorry.
Okay, Mr. Russell, so We appreciate your opening comments, and as you know, this is rehear for you. And we did ask you were asked to complete the track 1 sex offender program and then do a relapse or a release plan and be able to share with us what you learned in that program that you completed.
And really, what do you want from me?
So you were supposed to complete the track 1 full sex offender treatment program and share with us how you have benefited from that program.
Oh, well, you know, I benefited in a bunch of ways. I realized the pain and anguish that I inflicted on the victim. I learned how it ruined me and my family. I mean, nothing could have been any worse that I could think of. I learned this through all the programs that I've taken that the way I lived was just, it was terrible. And I you know, if it wasn't for those programs, I probably would be in the state of mind that I am now. You know, I'm sorry for what I did. I've learned look at a victim and know that I caused the pain. And really, I don't know how to put things in words, but you know, I hate the fact that I did what I did. I've learned that it doesn't have to happen. And you know, I really don't know what you want me to say at this point. I'm sorry for everything I did. I served my time, I hope, and I just want to be home and share some time with my loved ones.
Okay, so Mr. Russell, can you tell us what your release plan is?
Yes, my younger sister, Jen, she's 12 years younger than me. She has homes in Massachusetts. She's got a three-bedroom one that she's going to give to me so that I have a place to stay. I'm going to spend the rest of my life in her care, and she's listening to this hearing right now, and so I have a place to go. I have people to fall back on, and you know, I'll be attending any and all programs that may be imposed upon me.
Okay, so you had previously stated at one time that you'd be going to your son. So that no longer exists. You're now going to live, you want to live with your sister?
Yes.
In
Yes.
Massachusetts?
Yes.
And you are going to attend the sex offender program in the community. What else are you going to do?
Well, I'm going to go to church. I'm going to try to do in all positive things. You know, I wasted my life. I hurt my victims, and I want to be able to turn my life around and you know, all I can do for the victims at this point, for me, is pray for them. And
So, in essence, you know, I heard you say that you realize the pain and anguish that you caused the victim. And I know for quite some time, I was at your last hearing, and you did acknowledge at some point that you committed the offenses, but you sort of minimized what you did. So can you understand, you know, why the victim is so concerned about you going out because you actually minimized what you did?
oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that I was minimizing. I probably was. You would know better than me. But believe me, I hate what I did to them. And if I minimize it, then maybe I have a hard time expressing myself. But believe me, I feel sorry first and foremost for the victims, and that's the truth as best I know it. And I can't. Like I say, you know, I'm not very good with words. But I'm sorry, and I'm sorry for minimizing it in their eyes. If that's what they thought.
When was the last time you spoke with your sister?
I speak to my sister pretty much daily.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Tell me the last time you spoke with her.
The last time I spoke with her was about maybe 8 days, 10 days, something like that. I'm still not sure.
What did you talk about?
What did we talk about?
Yeah.
I talked about first and foremost how she was doing, and all other members of the family. And I spoke about my parole hearing was coming up, and hopefully, you know, it would work out. And I talked like brother and sister things. You know, I was anxious, you know, to come before you, and I was hoping to have an opportunity. And
How long have you been incarcerated?
I think I've been cut. I think it's 38 years, I think.
So besides your sister, who else is in the community to support you?
No one really. My you know, my family, my mother's father, his brother passed away, and my family is pretty much my sister and my nieces and nephews.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to something. At your last hearing, we asked you not to get any more disciplinary reports, but you received 2 shortly after the hearing. Can you share a little bit about what happened? There was one in July for refusing housing and one in October for fighting. Can you tell us what those 2 were about?
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I think he said something about that during his opening statement. He said because of his charges, he gets, you know, that's what I thought he said anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, you know, Mr. Russell, I have no further questions. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Russell, so you say when I read your last document that I read, your last interview with the parole officer, you had not provided your sister's phone number or other information. Had you done that?
Have I done that?
Yeah, did you provide that information?
I don't know if I really, I don't know if I did or I didn't.
I'm trying to figure out how you spoke to your sister if you didn't have the number.
If I didn't have what number?
Her telephone number.
No, well, I do have her telephone number.
Why did you give it to the parole officer when you were in the interview? So
Because
she
I
could
didn't
call
have-
and confirm.
Because, okay, at that time, I didn't have my tablet with me and I didn't know the number offhand, you know.
Oh, but when you realized that you needed to give it to her, why hadn't you given it to her already? And the address. Why hadn't you given it to us? I got to confirm that kind of information because we don't have that confirmed now. So what do we know? Whether you did or you didn't talk to her. You said you didn't. You said you didn't. I think you said you didn't know it. You might say you didn't know it. I don't know. Let's see. Can't remember your sister's address or phone number. And you're saying it's because you didn't have your tablet.
Yeah. If I had my tablet, I would have known it because it would have been there.
But when you went-
I probably didn't know it offhand. I haven't.
I'm sorry. You finished?
Uh,
You finished?
You know, I'm more and more forgetful. You know, the older I get here, it's
Yeah, I can understand that. But at this point, I mean, we would need to confirm that, right? Because that's part of supposed to be part of your release plan. And the request was to come back with a solid release plan, which meant that you also had to give some thinking to how are you going to set up a support system for yourself when you did go. The world is so different now on the outside
yes,
than when you came in.
Yes.
Right? So I'm not hearing that from you either as terms of as part of a really solid release plan for yourself.
Well, my release plan, because of my age and the fact that I'm becoming more and more forgetful, is to rely on my sister, okay, and her close knit family, okay, and I'm going to be there in her care, so to speak, and anything I need, she would be happy to help me.
Well, that's something that you know, but that's not something that we know and understand because you didn't provide the information to the parole officer to be able to connect with her. And your sister, I don't believe, has called the parole officer to validate or verify that, in fact, she's going to take care of you. And I mean, I hear what you're saying, you know, but we don't have any verification of that happening. So we have no idea at this point what's going to happen in your release. We have no idea.
Well,
So that's one thing. Second thing is there isn't an added element of support for yourself on the outside because the world is so different at this point. There's nothing that, you know, tells us that you're going to be able to count on individuals to really help you navigate this new environment that you're going to be going into. 38 years. Think, you know, much has changed in 38. They didn't even have cell phones, I think, 38 years ago. You were still using landlines and then phone booths. So, you know, so that's a major concern for me, that is not set up for you. The other thing is when you shared about what you learned from, and I appreciate that you apologizing, that you're sorry, because you've said it many, many times during this particular interview. I didn't hear really what you got from the work, the participation that you had in the sex offender training or that you participated in the program you participated in. I didn't hear what you get, like what were your triggers, what set you off, what did you learn about yourself, separate from whatever your apology is for the victim. And again, you know, you said it many times. So that's another concern that I have. I'm not sure what you got from that. And maybe you want to kind of think about it for a second and come back and let us know, tell us what it is you really got from that, from that program. But because I didn't hear what you got from it. That's not to say you didn't get anything, but I'm not hearing it from you.
Sir, what I did was hideous, and I'm sorry. And I've learned that what I do has consequences. Okay, and I would hope that what all of the years that have gone by, that I've learned. I've learned. I've stopped up every program that is available to me. And I know that I myself, I'm the person who caused this, and I've done everything that I know how to do. Okay, at this point, to alleviate as much of the pain and anguish that I feel, that my family feels, and that the victims feel.
And you've said that you shared that several times, that and I hear that from you. I really do. But what I'm not hearing is what have you learned for yourself? And
I've learned for myself that I could have been this person long ago, and this would never have happened. But it did happen, and I learned to take advantage of all the programs I could take advantage of. I did the best I could do in here, even though at times, because of my charges and stuff, I would get to a fight here and there. But all I can say is, I'm sorry for what I did.
Yeah, I heard that.
I'm sorry. And you know.
Okay, Madam Chair, I don't really have any additional questions.
Okay.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Ms. Page?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Russell, I'm confused. When you were just interviewed by Officer Smelly in preparation for today's hearing, she asked you what you learned since you took the programs, and you made the statement that you realized the cost to the victim and yourself by pleading not guilty. And then you went on to say that I really can't say I am guilty because the victim's father is the one who committed these crimes. And he further stated that he's always maintained his innocence. So I'm curious to know what it is that you feel so sorry about. What if you're, did you do it or did you not do it?
Yes, I did.
So why did you just tell the officer you didn't do it? You were innocent and that you've always maintained your innocence. Why'd you tell her that?
Ma'am, I'm sorry for everything that.
Well, you've said that a million times, and I want to know what you're sorry for.
I'm sorry for my crime.
What crime did you, what crime?
Sexual assault.
The sexual assault and what else? How can you be sorry for a sexual assault when you said that their father did it? Her father did it. Which one is it? Are you saying things that you think that we want to hear in hopes that you'll be released from prison? Because that's not how this works, sir.
No.
In order to be a suitable candidate for discretionary parole, well, you have to show us that you have changed. But if you're going back and forth and flipping and flopping and you're not consistent, you're not behaving in the facility. You're taking these programs because you were asked to take the programs, not because you think you need them. And you're saying that you're sorry because you think that it's something that we want to hear. And I have a problem with all
No,
of
I
that.
mean,
I have
I'm
a
not.
problem with it all. So I don't have any questions, any further questions, and I thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we have victims' input. And so I would like to hear from the Office of Victim Services.
Madam Chair, good morning, Madam Chair and board members.
Ms. Vasquez?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
is that better?
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. I do have victim input. The victim of this case has requested that her sister speaks on her behalf. This is your opportunity to unmute yourself and address only the board members, and you may begin.
I just want to say that sitting here listening to him prior to this and hearing anything he said, I was thinking about saying that maybe if he's changed and maybe to come out and get a second chance at life. But sitting here and listening to him make excuses and being very inconsistent with the last time and this time, and the fact that he sat here and blamed my father for the crime, that he was the only one home alone with my sister at the time when all of this happened, is wrong. And for many years, he said he was not guilty. It wasn't him. And then to hear him last time and this time say he is guilty, it was him. He's sorry for this sexual assault. I didn't hear any apology about the beating of my sister, leaving her almost dead. Speaking on her behalf, she's very scared if he was to be released. Doesn't sound like he has a great plan in place coming out, because the last time it was he was going to be with his son. Today it was with his sister. Then not hearing that he provided any of the information that would help him be released and to have somebody helping him. Any thoughts I had, it maybe him getting a second chance at life are gone. I'm scared. My sister's scared if he was to be released. And I hope he stays in for his full sentence.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is all that I have for this case.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Russell, we are going to deliberate on the record. You can listen, but not say anything.
Okay.
So, at the last hearing, we had asked Mr. Russell to complete the Track 1 sex offender program and be able to express how he's benefited from the program. The only two things I heard from him today about that is that he realized the pain and anguish he caused the victim and her family, and that he learned his actions have serious consequences. And that doesn't seem to be enough, because it doesn't go with the interview that was done with the parole officer. Because for some reason in that interview, he said again that he didn't do it and that it was the victim's father. I don't know if what he's confusing that with, but that's what I heard. In regards to the release plan that we asked him to do, he now wants to live with his sister in Massachusetts. And when I asked him who his support system is, he says his sister and her family, and then he's going to go to church. And that's what he said. Then when I asked when last he spoke with his sister. He says 8 to 10 days ago. I asked him to share what he learned, and he said he told her about his parole hearing today, asked her how she and her family were doing and other family members, and that was it. But in reviewing the parole officer's interview, he indicated that he did not have his sister's information and would provide it at a later date. I did ask the parole officer prior to the hearing, and she did indicate that she still has not received it. So I am concerned about what is true, what are the true facts, and what is not. And, you know, Mr. Russell, the only thing I understand is the reason why you had the 2 DRs. And that's because, excuse me, other offenders found out about what your charges are. So I understand that piece of it. But today, I just didn't feel like I heard, number one, that you acknowledge that you committed the offense, what you did to the victim, specifically what you did to the victim, and that's what you're apologizing about. I think the victim's family came here today hoping that at least they would hear some remorse from you and didn't hear it. Today would have been your opportunity to be allowed to go back out. But I didn't hear, you know, what we'd asked you to do. And there seems to be either some minimizing or some discrepancy about what it is that you actually learned from the program. I was willing to, if I had heard something positive, a good takeaway, the fact that you could say, you know, on September 1st, I spoke to my sister, and, you know, it was in the, it was in the disc that was presented by the parole officer, that, you know, I would have been willing to say, okay, you know, it's been 38 years and you have finally acknowledged what you did, but I didn't hear any of that today, Mr. Russell. Very disappointed. So that's my take. Mrs. Page, did you have any input? And then I'm gonna go to.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, this case alone is very, very concerning. And yes, I understand that Mr. Russell has been down for a number of years and that he has taken all the programs that he could have taken. What I am concerned about is that his behavior in the facility, while I understand the charges are what warrants many of his tickets, 58 is too many. And that's throughout his entire incarceration, and with 2 additional ones since his last hearing. The fact that he's still, he's, I don't know if it's being manipulative in saying things that he wants to hear. Who tells a parole officer that it was someone else when they know, and that statement is in direct quotes, meaning she wrote that verbatim, what he said. Who says that, knowing that it's going to come before the board and then sits in front of us and says something completely different? I just don't see enough change. I don't think that Mr. Russell has risen to the level of change that I would like to see that would warrant his being released early. And as you stated, Madam Chair, I don't hear a tremendous amount of support in the community that would help him reintegrate successfully and remain a law-abiding citizen and compliant with all the requests of, all of the recommendations and all of the conditions of that paroled would have and do. So my vote is to deny him today. And I hate to keep bringing this victim back over and over again, but I would suggest that Mr. Russell come up with a viable release plan and truly work on, I would tell you, don't wing it next time. You really need to write something down
Yeah.
if you are given an opportunity for another hearing. That's all I can say. And I mean, we're not here to determine guilt or innocence, but I'm saying be consistent. That's all. And my vote is to deny, Madam Chair, for inadequate evidence of offender change and an inadequate release plan. And I would even add to that poor institutional adjustment. 58 tickets is too many.
Okay. Mr. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too find Mr. Russell's, all of his inconsistencies, there's just so many of them. And what he's presented to the parole officer, what he's presented to us, the issue with the sister and the phone number and the address, available to him, and he didn't give it. The tickets were also concerning as well for me as well. I am also not in place right now to also grant discretionary parole at this point. I'm a denial. The question might be, do we want to bring him back again? If he could prepare a solid release plan that provides support in the community, that provides some opportunity for him to be able to put his life together somehow. 38 years, he's done a lot of time. 38 years, the world is extremely different today than when he went in. And I feel he strongly would need that support. I don't hear that today, and that would concern me that he would not have that.
Yeah.
So I'm a denial today, but I would consider to hear from my colleagues if a rehear would be appropriate.
Yeah.
I would be willing to rehear him.
I would, because I came here today with the idea that, after hearing from the victim, I would have been happy to grant the discretionary parole today. And I'm going to say it again, my concern is he wants to go to his sister. He's been incarcerated for 38 years, and no one out there knows Mr. Russell. He's not had contact with anyone. And I asked him, he said he spoke to her 8 to 10 days ago, but the parole officer has nothing. And it is very concerning to me. I could not just put him at a halfway house without knowing that there is some social support. And more importantly, I didn't hear any remorse being expressed for all the cruel things that he did to the victim. I think had he done that, victim and the family would have been happy to say, okay, it's a long time. He did express remorse, whatever, but I did not hear that today. And for me, that was concerning because the victim and the family, they also want to move on with their life. And I would be willing to hear Mr. Russell. It would only be with the understanding that there is direct contact with his family who is going to provide support for him. And I would like Mr. Russell to think about the true impact of the family and think about, expressing some true remorse for what happened to them. So for me, it would be a deny and rehear, and the rehear would be another 2 years.
I would, I have his EOS, Officer Snelly. I have an EOS date of 9/7/28. Is that accurate?
Hold on one second.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I was going to suggest that that he be denied for another year.
Just one, okay.
Just in September 2026. That way, at least he could have a couple years under parole supervision. If he
Before
comes back
goes out.
with a solid plan, because there's not programs that we're asking him to take. It's change that we're seeking. And there's no program for that. That comes from within.
Yes. EOS is 7/21/2027.
I'm sorry, say that once more, Officer Smith.
27.
7/21/2027.
That's a year.
Yes.
It's 2 year, and it gives them a year. It gives them a year on supervision.
So
Well,
he'll only
he
have a
has-
year.
He also has 3 years probation, so we
Yeah.
give him
Yes.
1 year on discretionary parole. That would be good, and we hate to do this, but this is important. I think not just for us, but for the victim and her family. So in the case of Eugene Russell, inmate number 0011605, there is a motion to deny discretionary parole today for inadequate evidence of offender change, inadequate release plan, and poor institutional adjustment. We would like to give a rehear date of September 2026 with the recommendation that Mr. Russell complete a substantial release plan, which would include where he's going, the information given to the police, to the parole officer.
Madam Chair,
No
I would
DRs.
say, yeah, a viable release plan with identifiable community support, because they're,
Correct.
yeah,
Correct.
as of when he comes back before us, and no DRs, as you said, and there is a second to that motion.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries. So, Mr. Russell,
Yes,
I hope you heard what the panel said today, and I hope you heard the input from the victim's family. You
yes,
need to do a viable, as Ms. Page said, release plan. And no disciplinary reports.
yes.
Okay. So we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Eugene Russell 0111605. Did we state on the record the rehear month?
Yes, I
Yeah,
said
September.
September
September? Okay,
2026.
just to clarify. Okay, great. Mr. Russell, you receive all this in writing. You're all set, okay?
Okay,
Good luck
thank
to
you.
you.
25, 1 year, 2, 1, no?
Oh, I'm
Russell, she said you also.
Yeah.
Mr. Russell,
Russell.
Mr. Russell,
Sit
come
down
back
for a
and sit
second.
down. Mr. Russell, I just need to clarify the new rehear date. So in the case of Eugene Russell, can you swatch that and let me do it? Is Ms. Page there?
Here,
Sit there for a
I
second.
see your name.
I am here, Madam Chair. I'm just,
Oh,
just-
you're muted. Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
I heard everything that you said.
And I have to do the new date because I said 26 and it should be 25.
Okay,
Because we did agree on 1 instead of 2.
yes.
Okay.
Done 27.
Okay, so I'm just going to go back and redo everything.
Yep, I heard it all. Thank you. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So in the case of Eugene Russell, inmate number 011605, there is a motion to deny discretionary parole today for inadequate evidence of offender change, inadequate release plan, and poor institutional adjustment. And the board would like to rehear Mr. Russell September 2025 with the recommendation that he completes a viable release plan and no disciplinary reports. All those in favor? Can I hear a second?
Aye.
Okay.
And this concludes the hearing for Mr. Eugene Russell, 011605. Mr. Russell, you will receive all this in writing, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And Mr. Russell, can you make sure you get your sister's information and provide to the parole officer?
Yeah, she listened to this right here now. You know, Ricky?
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. You can hear me. Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Kim, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to you all.
We're about to start.
I have a letter. Is it all right if I read it to you guys?
Hold on a minute, Mr. Kim.
All right.
Good
No problem.
good morning. My name is Parole Officer Scully. Today's Friday, September 20th, 2024. And this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by claiming their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning, Panel Member Rodriguez.
Good morning, panel member Page.
Also
Good morning.
present is our Office of Victim Services Advocate, Ms. Hamlet. Please state your name and inmate number on the record.
My name is Pyong Kim, inmate number 401712.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Pyong Kim, inmate number 401712. He is serving a sentence of 20 years, execution suspended after 10 years with 3 years probation to follow for 3 counts of robbery first, attempt at threatening second, a violation of probation with the underlying 2 counts of reckless endangerment, 2 counts of breach of peace second, larceny second, and interfere, resist. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of February 21, 2025 at 85%. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 2 voices and is currently participating in Tier 4 with an anticipated completion date of December 16, 2024. He was previously employed at Walker PI as a tierman and at the clothing factory at Osborn. Kim also has made a request for the CCAR program, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores. The offender overall score for the RT falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Kim, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin at this time.
Is it all right if I stand up?
Yes,
Is it
you
okay?
can,
All right,
you can
thank you.
sit, we can see you, you know.
No, when you stand, we can't see all
We
of you.
can't see all of you if you stand unless you go push out. But
All
if
right,
you sit, that's fine.
Okay. I'm a little nervous and I apologize. Good morning to you all, and thank you for the consideration and granting me the opportunity, allowing me to speak with you on my behalf today as a changed man. And I sincerely want to apologize to all my victims for the selfish crimes that I've committed, because so many innocent lives were affected due to my addiction, because of the decisions I made because of my addiction. I now realize how irrational and careless my behaviors were, and for that, I truly am sorry. I hold myself completely responsible, and I take full accountability for all my actions, and it is my responsibility to learn from my mistakes, and I owe it to myself, but most importantly, I owe it to all my victims and my family that something like this does not happen ever again. Addiction was controlling my life. It was stealing my future. Addiction allowed me to sleepwalk into a war. Now that I'm sober and clear-minded, I've become fully aware of all the consequences of my choices, and because of that, I am living differently as a result. I deserved the sentence I was given. I accepted the 20 years, suspended after 10. So I never once applied and filed for a sentence modification because I did not feel right asking for less. After being sentenced, the thought of parole was an illusion. I thought this day would never come. And here I am today, not as a changed man, but as a new man. A man with purpose, a man with goals, a man with a whole new appreciation for life and for everyone in it. While incarcerated, I had plenty of time to reflect on my past and the mistakes I've made. I had everything stripped from me, and by that, it gave me a different perspective of life and what is really important. I did not need drugs, but I just couldn't get away. This time, this incarceration allowed me to free myself from the drugs, and that I am grateful. During my whole incarceration for the last eight and a half years, it wasn't perfect, but I am proud of myself for the progress that I made becoming a better version of myself. And being here today allowed me to see how far I've come. I've gotten DRs while incarcerated. I wasn't perfect, but none of the DRs were fighting tickets or anything violent in nature, certainly nothing against any staff members. I take full accountability for every single one of them because every single one of them could have been avoided if I was just a little more mindful. I especially take full accountability for the last one I got, for intoxication. I know how this is gonna sound to you all, but this is the truth. I was taken for a urine, and my urine came back positive for Sebastian. I repeatedly asked to take another test because I knew I was clean. I do not use, but they will not give me one. They gave me a choice, whether to decide a ticket and spend 3 days in SEG, or send out the cup to get retested, and I had to spend 10 days in SEG waiting upon the results. And all this has happened after I just lost my job and my single cell, and now they're telling me that my urine is dirty for Sebastian. The last thing I wanted to do was to spend 10 days in SEG. So I just signed a ticket just so I could have everything over with. Had I known I was gonna see parole, I would have sent it out to get it retested. So I wouldn't have this on my record. I would have just sucked it up and spent the 10 days to SEG. While in SEG, I made a decision. Well, I had a decision to make because I needed a way to utilize my time in a positive way because I still had time to do, and I just lost my job. So I signed up for the Tier 4 program. I successfully completed Tier 2 and the voices, and now I'm waiting for the classes to start for the C-Card program. I signed up for the AVP program, Alternative Violence, and those classes start in November, and I've been accepted. This program has done so much for me mentally. It's opened my mind up to a whole new way of living. It also taught me so much about my addiction and ways to help me in my recovery. It gave me hope, which gave me purpose. I now have goals. Now, my life has a meaning. My plans for employment once I'm released are simple. I'm going to apply at several of my past employments, which is QF Technologies, Rolling, Specialty Cables. I've worked all my life up until incarceration. I also plan to apply at Amazon. I will also be using the resources through CT Works. I'm well aware of someone in my position coming out of prison almost after a decade will have hurdles. I know it's gonna be hard. I know that I'm gonna have to work harder, and I'm more than prepared for that. I also have a great support system that will help me reintegrate myself back into society. I'm constantly reminded that I'm not alone in my recovery, and my family is walking with me. I also plan to attend meetings and programs so that I can have a positive community around me to support me in my recovery. I'd like to thank the board once again for your time and patience and granting me this opportunity to speak with you on my behalf today. And I'm sincerely, truly sorry to all my victims, for I know that nobody was physically injured. I know what I did to them mentally is unbearable. And the thought of that, I think about every day. I understand that it's your responsibility to protect the community from me reoffending. And if I am granted parole, I can guarantee and assure you 100% that I will not reoffend and ever come back to this place ever again. I've lost so much time. I don't want to lose any more. So thank you again for this opportunity to show you that the person you see on that paper is not the person that's sitting here before you today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for taking the time to write that statement, Mr. Kim. We certainly appreciate all the added information that you have provided us. And so we're going to take turns to ask questions. And then when we are finished with the questions, we will have victims' input. And after that, we will deliberate on the record.
Okay.
Okay. So would you like to start, Mrs. Page, or do you want?
That's fine, Madam Chair. Thank you. So, Mr. Kim, I appreciate your opening statement. It sounds like you really took a lot of time to prepare that, and you wanted to stand, so you must have practiced reading it aloud. So I appreciate that. This is a big deal, and you've been down for quite some time. There is a few things that in your opening statement that I have to argue that you said, for example, that you did not commit any, you said you received disciplinary infractions and that you're not perfect, but they were not violent. And what you said something else after violent. I don't remember what the other word was.
I said, there wasn't violent, there were no fighting tickets, nothing violent in nature, and nothing against any staff members.
Okay. So you do realize that when you're making bags of Pruno, that's going in were you using it or were you selling it?
I was using it at the beginning of my sentence. I was.
Okay.
I lost my job because of that in Walker CI.
Okay. All right. So that is against the officers and everyone in there, because there are no victimless crimes. You understand what I'm saying? So, and that's the same when they have rules and regulations in the facility, they're there for a reason. Because if they'd be giving you guys Pruno, or they would have alcohol on your commissary. So that is still committing an offense, in my opinion. And that's interfering with the safety and security. Another thing, why did you have a hot pot when with an altered wire or whatever, that could have potentially burned down your area, wherever you are, like those are all poor decisions that could have ended much differently. And I heard you when you were talking about your disciplinary infraction for the Suboxone that you tested positive for. I don't know how one would get a dirty urine from not taking a drug. Are you taking mental health medication?
I do take mental health medications.
Okay, and so, had, prior to this Suboxone ticket in November, had you ever tested positive
No,
before with that medication?
nothing before or after, nothing.
So I don't understand how it would be a false negative, a false positive.
Well, see, like, I should have sent the cup out. I really should have. You know, I sit back and I dread that decision that I made irrationally. I should have sent it out so I would not have to be here talking to you about this, because I know for a fact that I do not use. That's something that,
Well, you had used in your past.
that was during my past before incarceration. I definitely was addicted to drugs, which led me to those dreadful crimes that I committed. And during this whole incarceration, year by year, I learned my mistakes. I learned where I went wrong. I knew what it was that was killing me this whole time, and it was my addiction to drugs. And I knew that was something that I would have to address.
Let me stop you, Mr. Kim. Let me just answer this for me. Do they randomly select people for urines?
They say it's random, yes.
Okay. And so what makes you think that they singled you out to be tested this time?
They didn't single me out. What happened was, the following morning after I got fired, they took my cellie and I both down for urine.
Mhm.
And they showed me
So
that. I'm sorry.
I need the short version. The reason why I'm not sitting there with my colleagues is because I'm not feeling well.
But they just take people out, I guess randomly, which they say, and they give everybody urine.
Okay. And so are you implying that they mixed up your urines?
No, I was implying because rumor was there was a lot of faulty cups. So I begged them repeatedly to give me another test. They would not give it to me. I said I'll pay for it, I'll do whatever, just please give me another test.
So wait, okay, there are a lot of faulty cups. So why didn't it test positive for THC? Why didn't it test positive for
Because no, from what was going on, they said a lot of people was testing positive for Suboxone, which was never in the system, and people have sent it out and it came back as a negative.
So if that were the case, why wouldn't they have sent out everybody's dirty urine? If there was, you guys didn't know it. There's no way that the Department of Corrections would know that they are administering faulty tests to all the offenders, that all the inmates in the facilities. They're doing that intentionally. So if you know that it was a faulty cup, then that means that the correctional officers also knew that they were faulty cups, right? So why would they keep giving people those same cups when they know that they were faulty?
They have a whole bunch of cups on there. So they give you the option whether to just sign the ticket or to send it out and spend the 10 days instead.
Yeah, it just sounds a little far-fetched, Mr. Kim, is all I'm saying. That's all. And I'm not there, and I'm not here to determine your guilt or innocence. And I know that SEG is a horrible place to be, and I don't wish that for anyone. But there are certain rules in the facility, and the rules need to be followed. If not, then you be out in the community doing whatever you wanted to do. But there's a reason why people go to prison, and you're in prison, which is a perfect segue for me anyway, to talk about you said you committed a horrible crime, but you didn't cause any physical damage to the victims involved in your crimes, right?
But I caused them I caused them post-traumatic stress. I know what I did to them mentally. Trauma is just unbearable.
Physical may mean I can no longer work this job. That's a physical, because I'm scared that someone's going to come in here and put a gun up to my head I can't, that's a physical. That's what I'm saying. When you use those words, you're thinking physical, like I didn't punch someone.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. I know. What I meant by physical, nobody got bodily injured or anything, but I understand what you're saying. I do. I really do. And you
just need to pick your words a little differently. You know, that's all. I understand what you're implying, but I'm here to tell you that we read cases like this every single day, and people have so many side effects. Just because people will say, well, the gun was broken. No one knew that. How can a person that's a victim, how can they know that the gun was broken?
They
How?
would never know that.
Or
They
how did
would
they
never
know it
know
was a
that.
BB gun? They don't know. They think that
They
their
don't know
lives
that.
are in jeopardy. So they're going to comply. If they knew it was a water gun, do you think that they would say, let me give you a, no, these people's lives are changed forever.
And
So
I understand that.
while I can appreciate your expressing remorse and accepting responsibility for your offenses, I can also tell you from the other side that it's not as simple as you're making it seem to be. So I heard you talk about your family support. I also heard you talk about potential jobs. I honestly think that you have a good release plan, and I also think that you have a good relapse prevention plan. My concern though is that you've struggled with addiction for a number of years and that you're a multi-state offender, and they all seem to be derived from your addiction. And you said that you were working at the time that you committed these offenses, but yet you chose to rob banks because your parents' house were going to be foreclosed on or something. Prior to this prior to this conviction, had you what was your longest clean time? Can you tell us that?
Longest clean time prior to the conviction,
Before the conviction, yes.
honestly, drugs played a huge role in my everyday life. I was doing everything so I would not feel sick. And that was I was going down a spiral. So many lives got affected by my addiction. And I see that now. All this time in prison, I see that now. I have everything stripped from me. And now I get to see what life is. What life is, and my appreciation for other people as well.
Right. And I understand that it's a hindsight, now looking back over your life, you wish you would have made different decisions. And I understand that. My other issue is that you were on probation. You had a probation officer, right? And you couldn't say to your probation officer, my parents are in jeopardy of losing their home. Do you have any resources that you can provide me with? You had to have been testing dirty when you were on, like there were so many preventative things for you to do instead of getting a BB gun and going into these banks and credit agencies. Why didn't you reach out to the probation officer?
Because truthfully, honestly, my first incarceration, I didn't learn much. I didn't plan. Nothing changed. I came out, was still the same person, but this time I have goals now. My life has a whole new meaning.
Yeah.
My addiction, all I want to do is get into human services once I'm home to becoming a recovery coach so I can help those in recovery that was once in my position. While doing so, I know I'll be helping myself in my own recovery.
I understand that, and I appreciate that. No one wants to be in prison, but there is a strong possibility that you will be deported back to South Korea, and you need to figure out what life will be like for you, even if that happens. I know that your family is trying to get this overturned, and perhaps that will happen. But in the event that it does not happen and you are deported, you really need to figure out what life will be like over there. And also, excuse me. I'm glad that you're in the Tier 4 program. I'm glad that you're signed up for the Alternatives to Violence. I heard you talk about having hope and purpose now, and sounds like you're on a positive path, Mr. Kim. I would encourage you to continue working on yourself. You still have much work to do. This is not going to be easy. You'll be faced with different adversities when you're released into the community, and you need to figure out how to handle those things so that you don't find yourself back in prison. And I do not have any further questions, Madam Chair. And Mr. Kim, I appreciate your speaking with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no questions. My colleague asked many of the questions that I would have asked, and his opening statement answered some of the questions that I already had as well.
Okay. So, Mr. Kim, I know you indicated that you're currently in Tier 4 and you want to meet with CCAR because you want to be a recovery coach. But Mr. Kim, you first have to work on yourself and make sure you have a really good relapse prevention plan, which I'm sure you're going to have when you complete Tier 4. The thing is, and I appreciate that you want to help other people, but you first have to help yourself. You have to make sure, and you have that ICE detainer. Did you ever find your card?
They took it when they arrested me, they took it. So, but by now I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to get it renewed anyways, because I think it's every 10 years or so. So they do have my green card.
But you know, Mr. Kim, that it's important that that's your responsibility to
Correct.
make sure that you renew that card.
Correct, yep.
So that's a huge responsibility that, you know, you have to look into that. If
Right,
they
correct.
took it, they have valid reasons. These are very, very serious charges. And my concern with you was that you were minimizing these very serious offenses because no one got harmed. But in fact, you did harm those people. You harmed them because they no longer want to work there. You left, whether it was a fake bomb or not, at one of the places, and they don't know that it is. So you caused very, very serious harm. And, you know, minimizing your DRs does not help. The fact is that you did receive those DRs for various reasons, and you have to accept responsibility and then say how you're going to make sure you don't commit them again. Okay?
Can I say something, please?
Sure.
I took full accountability for all my DRs. None of them I caught again. There was one time, there was learning experiences, moments of growth for me, moments for me to becoming a better person. And the crimes I committed, I play back in my head every day. I wish I could take it back.
understand that, but you know, whatever your reasons that you followed up with, that's taking away from the crimes itself.
I can never take away what I've done. It's a permanent effect on their lives as well as mine. If there's anything that I can do is to becoming a better person so something like this does not ever happen again. I don't want to hurt any more people. I truly am sorry for the victims. I apologize to them every day because
Okay.
I imagine it could have been easy one of my family members or anybody in there. I know that. At the time, I didn't. Now I seen things clearly for the Tier 4 program in my recovery. Me wanting to help other people because I know that back then, before this incarceration, I didn't want to listen to anybody, but I needed help. And I see that. And I want to help those people so they don't commit crime, something like I did. There should be no more victims. There should be no more innocent lives affected by addiction. It ruins so many people's lives.
I heard that, Mr. Kim. So thank you for sharing the information with us today. I'm now going to ask Ms. Hamlet from Victim Services. Are you there? Ms. Hamlet?
Madam Chair, this is Nina Vasquez. Let me, I'm gonna call her right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
She's on, I can see her. She's just muted. There she is.
Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Hello, Ms. Hamlet.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
There's an echo. There's
An
an
echo.
echo.
There's
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, much better.
Thank you so much. I apologize for the technical difficulty. I did speak with one of the victims of these crimes, and they have submitted a statement for the board today.
Sorry, I can hardly hear the words.
You sound a little muffled.
Muffled, yeah,
Yes.
muffled.
Can you hear me better? No?
You're still a little muffled.
I'm not sure why. One moment. I'll try to connect through the phone again. One moment. That might be a better connection. It wasn't working a moment ago.
Still echoing.
Okay.
Welcome to the audio conferencing center. Please enter a conference. You've been muted. To unmute yourself, press star. You are no longer muted.
Can you hear me?
Echo.
Is that better?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I appreciate your patience. Thank you, panel. I did speak with one of the victims in these crimes who submitted a statement for the board today. And it reads, it was difficult to come to the decision about whether or not to address the board. And I felt it was important to do so to ensure that something is said on behalf of the people impacted by this individual. I wanted to be clear that this is not a victimless crime. I continue to be impacted on a daily basis by the actions of this individual. Following the violent robbery, I was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. 8 years have passed, and I continue to grapple with managing the flashbacks, intrusive thoughts, and fear stemming from the actions of this individual. The simple act of receiving the notice informing me that this individual was up for parole led me to relive the entire event as if it was yesterday. I cannot speak to whether or not this individual should be released on parole, and I will leave that decision to the board's discretion, as I have no knowledge of how this individual has been while incarcerated. I can only speak to the damage that was done and continues to be relived as a result of the actions of this individual, and hope to provide a personal perspective on behalf of those of us who had to pay the price from this event. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hamlet. So now we are going to, are you all set, Ms. Hamlet?
I am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to deliberate, so you cannot say anything, but you can listen, okay? Do you want to start, Mrs. Page?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate the victim's input. It was very impactful, and I think that me and Mr. Kim and I had a discussion about there not being any victimless crimes and how this impacts people. And you heard for yourself. It's not just me. We hear this every single day, so we are aware of how these types of crimes impact different people who are just out trying to make a living, you know. Now, in terms of his suitability for discretionary parole, I really feel as if he has completed a number of programs. I did not appreciate the disciplinary infraction that he incurred just a little less than a year ago. But it looks as if he really has been trying to put forth the effort um, to get all of his ducks in a row. And unlike the person that we just seen prior to him, who had no relapse plan, didn't have any community support, Mr. Kim seems to have those things. He also seems to have a relapse prevention plan in place. I heard him talking about CCAR, and he really does sound as if he's motivated to go out and make better decisions. I'm not here to argue about this ticket, whether or not he was or he was. According to us in the paperwork that we've received, he took the Suboxone. So even with that aside, I would still support his discretionary parole. And I say that because, one, we have a detainer. And that means that if he doesn't win his case in court, he's going back to South Korea. Either way, he will still be supervised out in the community with the ability to bring him right back in the event that he goes astray or he tries to abscond or whatever the case may be. I think that supervision would be beneficial to both him and the community. And he wouldn't be allowed to go into those places where he harmed these people. One place he went into it twice. Like, I don't understand. Why would you do that to people? However, I would support discretionary parole for in light of public safety.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I too am going to support discretionary parole today. One, his opening statement clearly, kind of expressed his, at least kind of looking inside and internally, kind of figuring out what's going on with him, looking at substance abuse, addiction. He's currently in Tier 4, will be completing it soon, probably gets to complete it. He talked about even wanting to go into alternative to violence. That came from him, albeit at the time. He talked about wanting to do the program. He completed voices. He has requested CCAR. Granted, there are some issues and concerns in this particular case. The offenses were serious. I appreciate the victim's statement in this. I think it helped to clarify, maybe even for him, this issue of victimless crimes. Tamara Page so eloquently spoke about with him. But it appears to me that Mr. Kim has done some work in trying to look at his addiction and trying to do something about changing his life. So I would be supportive of his discretionary parole today. Hopefully the supervision will help him out. And again, there is a detainer as well, which we don't know what's going to happen with yet, but it's there. That's kind of where I'm at.
In addition, Madam Chair, if I can just add to what he's saying, that he's not eligible for parole, if Officer Snelly, correct me if I'm wrong, please, until February of 2021, February 21st. So if he does get an alternative to violence, and if he does complete the Tier 4 program, that'll be more tools in his toolbox to be, yeah.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Successful.
I wanted to share that as well. There is some time still available for him to be able to finish up Tier 4 and maybe take additional programming. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we're not done yet. So, I think when I heard in his opening statement that he talked about being in sec for those 10 days for that most recent DR, and thinking about what he needed to do to get his life together, I think I certainly appreciate that. But before I go on, I want to say, I find the victim's statement today so powerful, because when Mr. Kim attempted to minimize the fact that victims weren't impacted, to hear what the person actually went through, despite the fact that 8 years has gone by, and it brought back to the victim what happened on the day of the offense. And I think Mr. Kim heard that. So I certainly appreciate that very powerful statement from the victim. And it truly really put things in perspective for Mr. Kim today. I do agree that he has done positive programs, and the fact that he's taking the time to look at CCAR and signed up for other programs. You know, his 85%, as you all said, is not until February 2025. He does have a good release plan. I do agree, so I am in favor of granting discretionary parole today for Mr. Kim. And yes, we know he has the ICE detainer, but they're going to look at his behavior while he's out. And he alone will determine whether he goes back. So for stipulations, I had mental health evaluation and treatment, immigration detainer, and I had a general stay away from the places because they did ask, you know, the credit union, the TD Bank, and the Webster Bank. And one of the victims that spoke, I believe, is either from the credit union or the TD Bank. I don't know if anyone has anything. I have a general stay away from those three.
I have that as well, but we also have to add a halfway house just in case.
Right. Right. I'm just finishing with the general no contact to see if anyone else has anything other than what I just said. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. And then the halfway house just in case. Okay. Yeah. All right. So in the case of Pyong Kim, inmate number 401712, there is a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after February 21st, 2025, with the following conditions. Mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, discharge to a halfway house, immigration and ICE immigration detainer, and a general stay away from Seasons Federal Credit Union, TD Bank located in Meriden, and the Webster Bank located in Watertown. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 So, Mr. Kim, good luck.
This concludes the hearing for Pyong Kim, 401712. You will receive all this in writing, Mr. Kim. Good luck to you.
Madam Chair, can we take a small break?
For a few minutes.
Madam Chair.
It's fine, thank you. Officer Smelly, let me see you. Hi. You're all set, Mr. Kim.
Thank you all. Thank you again for your time.
How are you? Okay, take care, Mr. Kim.
Mr. Rodriguez. The recess. Mrs. Page.
Morning.
Madam Chair, just for the record, I am writing the last guy, right? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Covered. Mr. Cubero, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is Friday, September 20th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning. By seeing their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Panel Member Page, good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Joshua Cubero, inmate number 390027.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Joshua Cubero, 390027. He is serving a sentence of 15 years, execution suspended after 8 years jail, with 3 years probation to follow, for 3 counts of sales of narcotic substance, 4 counts of possession with intent to sell/dispense narcotics, and non-standing in a drug zone within 200 feet of school daycare, a failure to appear first, and violation of standing criminal protective order, and interfere with officer resistance. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of 10/28/2024 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. The offender has an offender accountability plan. A review of the plan shows he has completed Tier 4, Voices, Domestic Violence, Alternative to Violence, and Alternative to Violence Advanced. He remains on the wait list for a 5 to 7 day job. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender overall score for recidivant falls within the high range. Mr. Cubero, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I have a letter, if it's possible, I can read it.
Sure, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Dear members of the board, I would like to thank you for seeing me today and letting me speak on my own behalf about my accomplishments since 2021. Firstly, I would like to apologize to the victims of my crimes I've committed. My behavior was reprehensible, and the damage I have caused is something I will never be able to take back. When committing these crimes, I was being selfish and was only trying to benefit myself. However, sitting back and being clear-minded, free from alcohol and drugs, I realized that my excuses to commit crimes was just actions of a weak-minded individual. Being in program has helped me realize the foolishness of my choices and the decisions I need to make post-incarceration to live a healthier lifestyle. In an effort to address my rehabilitative needs, I took domestic class in which I learned that there are different forms of domestic violence: financial, emotional, physical, as well as verbal. I also learned how to identify triggers in myself and in others, how to stop and think before reacting impulsively. I will utilize the timeout method moving forward. I will use active listening skills to de-escalate situations before they get out of hand. Another program in effort to be a better version of myself is Voices. In Voices, I learned about the trauma victims go through when they are victimized. I was also made aware of the wide net that crimes cause. So many people are affected when crimes are committed. The primary victim, the community, the neighborhood, and the victim's family, just to name a few. Voices drastically improved my self-awareness when it comes to effects of my actions. The Alternative to Violence Project is another program that was life-changing for me. In fact, was so life-changing that after doing the basic and advanced, I was chosen to take the training for facilitators workshop. I am now privileged to have the responsibility of passing the conflict resolution and listening skills that have been so vital to my growth to others. The CLICK program has also been essential to my development. Specifically in the area of parenting, I am a way better communicator with my daughter as a result of taking this program. For this, I am eternally grateful because my relationship with my daughter has improved so much. CLICK also inspired me to seek assistance of a supportive mentor post-release for counseling, job fairs, job training, and employment opportunities. I am currently in the Vocational Village Building Trades program, where I'm learning carpentry, masonry, electricity, HVAC, flooring, roofing, siding, CNC, wood engraving, and other home improvement skills. I've learned so much, and I plan on to pursuing a career in the trades upon re-entering society. I'm leaning towards either HVAC or electrical at the moment. Another occupational available to me is CCAR, Certified Sober Coach. I will be receiving my certifications through addiction services here at Osborn, and I have been considering a career in drug and alcohol sober coaching. In my time here at Osborn, I completed Tier 4 and currently living in a recovery community called Aftercare. In closing, I would like to thank you, the members of the board, to please take my accomplishments thus far as evidence that the system works if you are willing to surrender to positive change. I'm a new man, and I promise that if given the chance to reintegrate into society, I will put to use everything that I've learned while incarcerated and be a productive member of society. Thank you. Thank you all so much for listening to me. Sincerely, Josh. Dr. Cubero.
So, Mr. Cubero, that was pretty outstanding, if I might say so.
Thank you.
And I can certainly tell that all those programs had an impact on you. And I like how you ended your opening statement. You said the system works when one is open to positive changes. And I certainly appreciate that. So thank you. And we're each going to take turns to ask you questions. And I'm going to ask Mr. Rodriguez to begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Mr. Cubero, it was a pretty well put together opening statement. It looks as if you've really taken some time to sit down and think about all that you've gathered from the participation that you've done in programs. And I'm assuming from your own self-thoughts of, what you want to do to change, because the reality is your charges are extremely serious. And, you mentioned early on in your statement about apologizing to the victims. Who do you think the victims are in this particular situation?
The victims I have prior charges from 2012. I was charged with sexual assault. So
Yeah.
I'll say victims from then. And I had a violation of protective orders with my family, not my family, but my son's mother, the community, because they as well as are victims, because I was feeding off people that they have a disease that's difficult.
I appreciate that answer. And what about your drug selling? I mean, you were involved in a pretty extensive investigation that was done. And one of the things that group was looking at were the deaths that were going on in the community at the time. And that was part of what you were kind of involved with.
Yes, that's one of the reasons why I decided on taking CCAR seriously, because I had addictions for years, but I wanted to help a society where, I know that it's difficult to overcome, especially if you don't have a voice in your ear to push you forward.
Well, I'm glad to hear I'm glad to hear you accept your responsibility, because when I read some of your documents, you seemed to early on minimize, what you were doing, because you didn't have work. You had to sell drugs. You didn't have work. You couldn't get a job because of your prior record. You couldn't get work, and that was just I'm glad that now you're kind of at least getting to that point where you really see the damage that you contributed to creating, in the community. And I'm hoping that based on what I heard from your opening statement, I'm really hoping that really sticks with you. Because once you get out of that place that you're in now, things are going to be very different. You're going to have a little bit more freedom and a little more freedom of movement. And, you're going to have to really, really kind of hang on to the things that you've shared with us that you've learned. Talk to me a little bit more about your relapse prevention work. What is that going to really look like? I also read that I didn't see any community programs laid out in your discussion of a release plan, and that kind of conflicts with what you're sharing about your involvement with CCAR and Recovery Coach. That for me it kind of conflicts. I'm want to hear from you. Why would you have included more of that in your release plan as it relates to your addiction?
Honestly, I didn't want to make the letter too dreadful or long. It was pretty long. I just shortened it. I tried to compact it.
Your opening statement.
Short and sweet, but strong as well. Really, my plans is I want to be able to, when I do re-enter into society, I'm going to participate in CCAR. I'm going to do what I have to do to maintain released. I don't want to come back. This being incarcerated and for this sentence and me seeing the effects or like the damage that I've done, being in the program and seeing the damage that I've done, I've seen the both sides, how devastating of a thing that I was doing when I was home.
But Mr. Cubero, I want to stop you there. I think my colleague's question is, what does your relapse prevention plan and release plan looks like for when you go in the community? That includes what you're going to do to stay sober,
Right.
what you're going to do about a job, if you're going to go back to school, who is your support system, those kinds of things.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, I'm sorry, I didn't. All right, well, here I'm gonna go to school. I'm in the Pell Grant program right now. I just got accepted into Pell Grant. I'm gonna continue, I'm seeking education in school because I want to go to school for business administration and I want to go for human resources as well. So right now I'm only approved for math classes. I guess I had to start in math. Other than that, I'm in building trades now, so I want to continue in HVAC. I want to pursue being an electrician, which I have a budget plan for as well. I made a budget plan so when I do become an electrician, I can maintain, so I don't spend my money unnecessarily.
Yeah, I think it's great that you're making those future plans around a career. Yeah, but I also want you to stay in mind that you also think about you're caring about yourself and making sure that you're kind of not taking anything seriously until you've kind of really worked through those issues with addiction for yourself. But you don't want to create the kind of stress that will then put you in a position where you're going to be out used again, that have to sell it. You know what I mean? You don't want to put yourself in that spot.
Now what's your relapse prevention
right,
plan?
that's going to be my next question. So talk to me about sponsorship, about programs you're going to might want to be doing on the outside, about connections you've already made around some of those things.
All right. Right now, well, I don't have like full connections with any C card, but they have a recovery center in Waterbury. I know they have a recovery center in Waterbury, which I would like to attend. They have one in Hartford, which those are the two places I put in for halfway. But how can I say?
You're in aftercare now. Aren't you in aftercare now?
Yes, I'm in aftercare program.
So my feeling would be that you'd want to get connected to them while you're still in aftercare and not wait till you get outside to get connected with them. That's the work you should be doing it in advance of you coming out, setting up the sponsor stuff. That should be done before you come out. So you've got kind of stuff already happening and you're not just stepping into something and having to find out and where do I go? What do I do? Because where you want to go, there are some reentry services that are going to be helpful, but I, my feeling is that I'm not hearing that, that kind of pre-planning that you got to do. You got your head on about what you want to do, but I don't hear that pre-planning work.
Because what I've been doing really right now, I've been laying my foundation more as in the work aspect. Because as long as I have a job, I'm not gonna want to use drugs. I'm not gonna want to drink. I'm not gonna want to do anything. Once I get stressed out and I feel that I can't do anything, that's when I want to cope with just life. So I'll just drink because I'm not doing nothing. That's why now right now I'm actively in just programming and schooling. That's all I've been doing. I did want to contact C-Car. I am going to rate them, but I'll be so busy sometimes that
you can't be too busy to take care of your recovery.
I know. There's no such thing. I know that's an excuse, but that kind of thinking concerns me. And it doesn't take away from the work that you're doing. You're doing some really good work. You've done some good work. You've taken some good progress. But that kind of thinking, it concerns me, because you need to be ready. When you're released, you need to be ready. And I'm not hearing that from you.
But, and, you know, so I, you know, you should try, you should try getting in touch with them now. Start working on that stuff now. Probably should have been doing it while you were in tier 4 and while you're in after, you should be doing it as well, getting a hold of them and getting that set up, getting your C card set up. And they come into the facilities. So you should be able to connect with them when they come into the facilities.
Well, I was seeing the C card. The person that used to come to the facility, I don't know, due to circumstances, he's not coming in no more. So I haven't been connected with him in about, I'll say, about 2 months. I did ask about it the other day, and they told me that he can't come no more, and that was just the answer I was given.
Okay.
So I was connected with I forgot his. It's been a while. I haven't seen him in a little while. It's been about 2 months. He hasn't come in.
All right. Need to look into some of that, I think, but absolutely, you have been doing some good work, and you know, your opening statement provided for me at least some of my questions around the programming that you took and that you've taken. I do think that in your tier work, there's still some things that you kind of, you know, haven't put together yet, that I think still need to be put together as part of a plan. But I do acknowledge that you have done some really good work. And again, we talk about the seriousness of these charges and their impact. At this point, I don't have any questions. I'll wait till I hear from my colleagues. In case I have any more, I'll ask afterwards. Thank you so much for answering my question, Mr. Cubero.
Thank you for listening.
Okay. My only concern right now is for you to have, you've already outlined what you intend to do for your release plan. And that was important because you were not working when you got arrested and you had indicated that you had difficulty. So you took it upon yourself to, you know, participate in vocational programs, which is a good thing. So your release plan seems okay. Your relapse prevention plan, I think, needs a little bit more work. And you might just want to consider spending some time doing that. And I know you want to go to a halfway house if you're released. So my concern would be for whatever time that you have left that you work on your relapse prevention plan. And that's how you're gonna stay sober, what your sober community looks like, where can you go and get help, what programs can you attend. You know, just like how you were able to identify what you're gonna do in terms of employment and following through on going to school and, you know, continuing with your vocational program and where you want to end up. So you should apply the same to your relapse prevention. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Page?
No questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So, Mr. Cubero, we're going to deliberate on the record now. You can listen but not say anything.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Cubero had very serious charges. In his opening statement, he did acknowledge responsibility. He took responsibility, shared some remorsefulness for his actions. Not only in this, but he spread it to his prior history as well. His acceptance of responsibility and accountability. His opening statement was full of the programming that he's taken, what he's learned from that programming, what he's picked up from the programming. He's taken voices, domestic violence, tier 4 alternative to violence, and was able to share the elements of each that he really picked up on and learned from. He's got the Pell Grant. He's looking to further his education. So his thinking is really moving in a direction that I think will benefit him when he does come out. There are no tickets in this case. He has no tickets in this particular incarceration. He seemed to be cooperative and doing what he needed to be doing, focusing in on himself. I am going to be supportive of his discretionary parole today because that would provide him the halfway house, providing the supervision that he would need being on parole. And of course, if he messes up, he's going to be right back in and finish all of his time. So that's kind of where I'm at today. I think he laid out in his opening statement basically what he learned and what he knew. I didn't even have any additional questions around that particular statement. There were some issues, but not that would prevent me from supporting him discretion.
Okay, Mrs. Page?
I would support his request for discretionary parole too. I will express my concerns over the length of time he has remaining on his sentence. And that is primarily because of all of these protective orders that you have in place. You have to learn to control your emotions. And I agree with Mr. Rodriguez that you did minimize when I read this file, and you blamed the girl for punching your rental car and all that stuff, was just ridiculousness. I would suggest that you stop making children with people that you don't know, because all this toxicity is only going to land you right back in prison, and your sentences are only going to get longer. But yes, Madam Chair, I would support discretionary parole. On his eligibility date.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I do, but I wanted to point something out to Mr. Cubero that you cannot go around pointing guns at people. And I just consider that extremely serious. So you know what guns do in the community. And because you have invested all that work and put in all the time doing all these positive programs, is why I'm going to support your release today. So can you clarify the date, because you didn't say when you.
The parole eligibility?
Yes.
Yeah, 10/28.
Because I have the 28th, but I didn't check it before.
10/28/2024 at 50%.
So it's the same date. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, and I have the Victims Halfway House behavior management for DV. I don't know if anyone, a co-defendant.
I also have
two
no
co-defendants.
alcohol.
Oh, okay.
There were two co-defendants. I have. Yeah. Luis Rubio.
Yes, I have those. I said co-deeds.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So in the case of Joshua Cubero, inmate number 390027, there's motion to grant discretionary parole on or after October 28, 2024, with the following conditions. So no contact with victim J.A. and Y.R. And then,
I have an SG.
no, wait a minute, I'm not done yet, you gotta listen. No contact with S.G. without the parole officer's permission. No contact with co-defendants Jose Manzueta and Luis Ramos. Behavior management for domestic violence. No consumption of alcohol, and release to a halfway house. Is there anything else?
Oh, man.
Do I have
Madam
a second?
Chair, you said Ramos for Luis Ramos. It's Ramirez as his co-defendant.
Ramirez, correct.
But he seconded the motion.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
He said his co-defendant was Luis Ramos, but it's Ramirez.
Ramirez.
Oh,
That's all.
okay. Let me correct the name. I thought that was the name. Yes, I just want to make sure. where I saw it was.
And then this on the top.
It's RAMIREZ.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So let me go back and correct that. In the case of the co-defendant, there's no contact with co-defendants Jose Mazueta and Luis Ramirez. Okay.
Do you second the motion?
Second.
Oh,
I second it.
All those in
and
favor?
Aye.
Okay.
This concludes the hearing for Joshua Cubero, 390-027. Mr. Cubero, you received all that in writing, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
all set.
I'd like to say I appreciate the acknowledgement. Thank you.
Just do what's right.
Thank you. I will.
I'm gonna take just a brief.
Gonna take a break?
Does the refer to a break?
I
Do you-
do. Just give me 2
Yes,
minutes.
Need a break?
Ms. Page
Yeah.
need a
Need a break?
recess, yeah.
Recess? Okay. We'll take a brief recess, and then you can have McMillian.
Uh-huh.
That's okay.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back in
Thank
about
you,
2
Officer
minutes.
Williams. Okay, thank you,
Okay.
Officer Williams.
Okay.
I'm here.
To parole, chair, put one together, she put down, need to complete relapse prevention plan. Did you have anything else?
The
sorry?
question is, does she or doesn't she?
Yeah, you'll keep transfer parole for that case?
The last one? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We're
What's
not
the
going-
reason?
We can't talk about that right now
Okay.
because we're live, so.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Hi, can I ask what we're waiting for?
We're
Waiting for
Okay.
I
them
think
to
we're
ring.
good now.
She's coming down.
When she said it, she had asked. Sorry about that.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today's Friday, September 20th, 2024. And this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by state their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Panel Member Page, good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, Mr. McMillian.
Jevon McMillian, 311622.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jevon McMillian, 311622. He is serving a sentence of 3 years jail flat for possession with intent to sell dispense narcotics. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of 10/18/2024 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. The offender has an offender accountability plan. A review of the plan shows the offender has completed tier 2 voices and is working as a tierman on the unit. He remains on the wait list, however, for a vocational referral. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender overall score for recidivate falls within the high range. Mr. McMillian, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
Can I read from the paper that I wrote?
Sure, go ahead.
All right.
He's got it right now.
Well, first, I would just like to thank the board for allowing me the opportunity to be heard. I would like to start off saying how sorry I am and take full responsibility for my actions, behavior, and poor lifestyle choices. Since being incarcerated, I have stayed out of trouble, remained ticket-free, displayed positive behavior, as well as be productive. I have been working since being sent to Osborn on June 21st of 2023. On July 17th, 2023, I started working in the clothing factory where I stayed for 6 months, where I learned to work in a group setting, how to operate various sewing machines and perform a variety of procedures
before being reclassed to an H block Tierman in January of 2024, where I've been a worker till the present day. I have completed voices where I've learned about different crimes that are committed, the various ways these crimes affect not only victims, but their families, their loved ones, and the community as well. I've been exercising physically and mentally during this time, understanding a healthy body and mind go hand in hand. I take time to reflect, listen to positive, helpful podcasts like Daily Motivations, health, fitness, business, and religious topics. Having this routine keeps me busy, grounded, focused on my goals, my sobriety, and having a positive future. I've completed Tier 2, which opened my eyes, allowing me to see my addiction, my poor choices are what led me here. Showing me during my addiction, I had the idea of what was worth learning, and all I wanted to learn was ways to get high. Now that I'm sober, I have interests I've long forgotten, like learning and wanting to stay sober. In recovery, I learned to take the time, use the steps to evaluate myself in terms of education, work, my strengths, my weaknesses, to take advantage of any and all opportunities given. I've learned to grow, getting rid of old ways, a positive acronym taught in Tier 2, where I also learned to be proactive, not reactive. Tier 2 inspired positive change in myself. That group has shown me with time, mistakes are erased, not all, but some. Also, that mistakes are learning curves. They show me where I went wrong and where corrections are needed. Some have made me the man I am today. Some have shown me the man I need to be, even want to be. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take and can't take the shots you don't get. All I'm asking for is a chance to get back home, continue my life as a welder, union iron worker, as a husband, as a father, as a son, to be a person with so much more to offer. I never seen my incarceration as a punishment, but as a blessing, a chance to regain control over my life. If released, I plan to land employment that will help me reach further goals, as well as help me with basic necessities. I plan to work hard to stay sober, out of trouble. I am currently engaged in the process of planning a wedding. While doing this and seeking employment, I also plan to use my free time when not involved with my family to help my fiance when she's volunteering with homeless and veterans. She's also involved with drug and alcohol centers, where I too will become involved to keep my sobriety a priority. With that, I'd like to say thank you to the entire board, as well as P.O. Smelly, for listening to me and giving me the opportunity to speak.
Okay, Mr. McMillian, thank you for taking the time to write out your statement and for sharing it with the board today. I would like to challenge you on one or two things that you said. Maybe not challenge, but to you said that you're asking today for the chance to go back out. You want the opportunity to return to your family and your job and, to prepare with your fiance for an upcoming marriage and all that. But I want to remind you, Mr. McMillian, two things. Today, you have a flat sentence and there's a reason why. Secondly, you were given 6 opportunities previously to go back in the community. And you were successful 2 of those times and you failed 4 times. And I know you were on probation when you committed the current offense. So they terminated your previous probation and you just really have, some really serious charges here. And I'm looking at 2 of them, 3 of them that involve guns. So can you explain to me why you think you needed a gun?
Well, at that time, I was a little younger. I didn't really think about the consequences. I didn't really value life so much. And at those times, I was just involved with the wrong people.
So in September of 2017, you were charged with criminal possession of pistol revolver. And then you were put out on probation. And in March of 2021, you violated your probation for criminal possession of pistol revolver, and your probation was terminated. And then in June of last year, one of your charge was criminal possession of gun. So what is your fascination with guns, Mr. McMillian?
I don't have a fascination with guns, but I don't think, I don't recall being in possession of a firearm in 2016, August of 2016, I was arrested with a firearm. I was incarcerated. I wasn't released until 2018.
But I'm showing here, okay, so it said 2017. Maybe that's when you were sentenced.
Yes, that's when I was sentenced for it.
When you violated that in March of 2021. And you violated it again in March of 2029, at least that's what I'm looking at, the records.
2023.
In 2023, March 2023. And then I'm looking at June 21st, 2023, when it says criminal possession of gun, risk of injury, and they terminated the probation that you were on. You don't remember that?
No, I was arrested for possession of narcotics, not possession of a firearm.
Right, Madam Chair, that on June 21st, 23, he was sentenced and they terminated it. They terminated the gun for the prior
That's
charge.
what I just said. They terminated the
2006.
probation.
Right. No, but he's thinking that you're talking about an additional gun charge.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to ask him, why is it that he has this fascination with guns?
That's I'm misunderstanding. I'm thinking that you're saying that I was called on 3 different occasions. Oh.
Said your probation was terminated.
Oh, okay.
I did say that, so.
No, I apologize. I misunderstood. But yeah, no, I don't have a fascination with guns. Like I said at the time, I was just caught up with the wrong people, and I felt like my life was in jeopardy at one point in time. In the 2017, in that time. The other weapon from 2002, that was just me being young. I really have no fascination, and I can really have no excuse to as why I would possess these firearms.
Well, you know, I guess what I do know is they sort of go along with people who are selling drugs. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, I would agree.
So that's the reason. You know, for me, they're just very serious. When I hear of all the gun violence and the gun incidents that's going on in the community, it's very serious. And I'm bringing it up to you because it is on. It's a part of your criminal history, whether you have completed probation, whether you've completed your sentence, it's all a part of your history. And so it's important for me to say to you, you have a flat sentence today. And, you know, in terms of going back out in the community, for me, you know, there is a public safety issue. So I don't want you to have to, I don't think it's appropriate for you to do the time without having some supervision. I am very happy to hear that you completed all those positive programs. But, you know, I just want you to know that I don't want you to just say what you think we want to hear from you. I want you to say it and mean it. You were employed with a local union
Yes.
doing welding. Why or when would you get into selling drugs?
Well, during the pandemic, I was unemployed, and then I didn't go back to work. So I kind of picked it up just to, at the time, to supplement my income because I still had child support and I still had responsibilities.
But there are other jobs out there that other people received. And if you were laid off, weren't you able to collect unemployment?
I was, up until they cut it off. And then that's when I started to pick up. But I couldn't go reach out and just get another job because I had a commitment to the union. All my work is through them. And at the time, there was no work.
But I'm sure the union would understand that if you had to get something temporarily, they would have been okay with it as opposed to agreeing with you going out to sell drugs. I
agree.
Okay. So I wanted to go back over. You said you work in the clothing factory for 6 months. And then you said you did something else. What was the other job that you did?
Oh, I got reclassified to Tyrone inside the block.
Oh, okay. And that's a big thing.
That's a lot.
It's a higher level responsibility.
It comes with more responsibility.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify because I know that's the job you have now. I just wondered, if it came after the clothing factory.
Yeah.
Okay. So you said that you've never participated in any treatment programs before. So what do you think are your urges and cravings, and how are you going to stay sober when you go back in the community? I know you have plans with your fiance, but also maintaining your sobriety is important.
Right. Well, like I mentioned, she does work with a drug treatment center where she gets people into rehab. She helps them with their addiction. So I'm gonna get into one of the groups that not that she runs, but that she's affiliated with, and link up with her.
So she's gonna refer you for some outpatient.
Correct. And a sponsor.
Okay. What else?
And a sponsor.
Oh, okay. And what about meetings?
Well, I have to get out there to see, but I believe there are weekly meetings. I think she does hers every Thursday, so I'm assuming it would be once a week.
How is this sponsor going to help you?
If I just be able to be there to talk to me if I ever feel a need, or if I ever develop, like you say, the urges or cravings, I can have that person to be able to talk to be able to relate to give me advice or to help me, and just to be there when I need someone to talk to. Something that I never had before.
Yeah. Mr. McMillian, you're one of the few fortunate people that have all these job skills, because you have a certification in welding, you've operated heavy equipment, you have your OSHA and hazmat training, and you're part of a local union, the Iron Workers Union. Isn't that the one?
Yes.
Do you know how difficult it is for other people to get in it?
Yes. I know how hard it is.
Okay. So you are very fortunate in that, in terms of employment, you can go back out and obtain a job in any of these areas. And so what happens if you get laid off at one of those jobs? What are your intentions? What do you intend to do?
Well, I intend to go to my supporters that I have now that I didn't have before. Before I didn't save money. I wasn't really conscious of what I had going on. I didn't really appreciate or understand what I had going on until now, realizing how easy it is to take for granted what I did have and lose it.
Okay, so before you can reconnect with the local union, you have to pay them dues.
I have to pay. Well, I spoke to the business agent. He said that I would have to pay the dues from the time that I would have to pay up, I think, a year and a half of dues. It's $37.50 a month, and then I have to pay a $500 penalty for my book bag.
Okay, very good. I'm glad that you connected with them. And I appreciate the fact that you do have social support in your fiance, your mother, and also the mother of your child. So no more selling of drugs, Mr. McMillian.
Okay.
And I wish you the best of luck. I'm all set.
Thank you.
Mrs. Page, do you have any
Thank you.
questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions. Well, actually, maybe I do. So Mr. McMillian, I'm sure that I sound different, but I should look the same. You and I had a nice exchange a few years back over that whole Chuck E. Cheese incident. Do you remember? I was not pleased with your behaviors then. But I mean, I just noticed a discrepancy in the information that you gave to the parole officer with regard to your children. It didn't coincide with what your record had said previously. So you told the officer you only have one child?
Well, yeah, that's the child from Chuck E. Cheese came out to turn out not to be mine.
Really? But
Yeah.
even then, you still said you had an 11-year-old son, a 15-year-old daughter, a 14-year-old son. What happened to those children?
These are stepchildren. They weren't mine. They were just, but they still call me dad, even though they're not mine. But I'm not with their mothers anymore. So
Okay.
that's
Well,
what
you
happened.
weren't with them then. You weren't with them then. You said it was 3 different women that you had 4 different children. So you just have one biological child.
Right.
Yeah. Unlike the last time that I spoke with you, I'm pleased to see this time that you went in there and you did what you needed to do to come before the board and present yourself better. Excuse me, I'm not feeling well. So, and also, I'm glad that you also took out the time to write down your statement and read it to us. You did a great job with that. And it sounds like you have someone that's supportive in the community that's going to help you get out of Waterbury, because that's not a good look for you. Can't keep going back to Waterbury thinking you can sell drugs and carry guns and all of that stuff. So it sounds like you really are on the cusp of change and you really are looking towards your future in a new environment to start a new life. So I commend you on your efforts, and I am going to support your request today. Not your request, excuse me. I'm going to support your discretionary parole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't really have any questions, but I just want to say, I thought your opening statement was very well done. I appreciate you sharing what you got in the programs, because that's always important for us to hear. And as Panama Page said, you sound like you took some time to really put this together. So that's all I would say. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, I think I certainly appreciate Mr. McMillian's opening statement. I, did challenge him on 1 or 2 things, as I mentioned earlier. And I too read about, saying he had all those children, but explaining here today that it's 1 biological and 3 stepchildren, and that he's tilling their life. But wherever you go, Mr. McMillian, you know, if you have told them that you're their stepfather, then, you know, being the good man that you are and having a fiance, you could understand, you know, that if you ignore them, how they're going to feel. But in any case, he did have a good release plan. Mr. McMillian is one of the few fortunate ones that have all these vocational trainings. The fact that he can go out and get any job. He's part of the iron workers, and they're willing to take him back. He just has to pay his dues. He has a sponsor, and I asked him about his relapse prevention plan, and his fiance, who participate in that kind of program, is going to assist him in an outpatient program. He's going to get a sponsor and attend an ANA meeting. So I am more than willing to grant discretionary parole today for Mr. McMillian.
I agree, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, and I just have standard parole.
That's all I have as well. I just have standard parole conditions.
Okay. In the case of Jevon McMillian, inmate number 311622, motion to grant discretionary parole on or after October 18th, 2024 with standard parole conditions. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion granted. Mr. McMillian, we do not want to see you back here, and good luck in, you know, follow through with the union, and please try to hold on to that job.
I will, thank you.
Okay, good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you. I hope you feel better.
Thank you.
No problem.
This
That's
concludes
it.
the hearing for Jevon McMillian, 311622. Mr. McMillian, you'll receive all this in writing, okay? Good luck to you.
All right, thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Mr. Myers?
Yep.
Okay, we're about to begin. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is Friday, September 20th, 2024. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning. I state their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, George Shantz.
Good afternoon, panel member Rodriguez.
Panel member Page.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Daniel Meyer, 373715.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Daniel Myers, 373715. He is serving a sentence of 8 years, execution suspended after 4 years, with 3 years of probation to follow. For 4 counts of burglary, third, 2 counts of larceny, third, risk of injury, larceny first, and possession of controlled substance. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of 9/7/23 at 50%. There's no victim input in this case. The inmate was heard by the board on January 12th, 2024. He was denied parole and a new hearing date was set for September 2024. The board recommended that the inmate complete a tier program, participate in any additional positive programming, and refrain from obtaining any new DRs. Since his last hearing, the offender has completed the following programs. He's maintained employment, however, he has not completed the additional program by the board. Utilizing the statewide collaborative risk evaluation system scores, the offender overall score for recidivate falls within the high range. Mr. Meyer, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I know I was supposed to do a tier program and I was trying to get in there. I didn't know my score was a 5. I was trying to get it redetermined because I had no problem doing tier 2, tier 3, but the tier 4 program, I've done so many programs and I just don't agree with the way that program is run. I don't mind going to a program, doing IOP on the street, doing any of that. I have a strong support system. I have a sponsor. I was going to meetings before I came in here. I just took my father's death hard, and instead of doing the right things, I went to self-medication instead of dealing with the problems.
Well, Mr. Myers, I certainly appreciate your opening comments. You know, the panel did ask you to do something specific, and despite whether you like how the program runs, you know, you have to abide by the request of the board.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're each going to take turn to ask you questions, and I'm going to ask Ms. Page to begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Myers, I was on your hearing in January of this year, and it's my understanding that as soon as you walked out of the hearing room, you knew that you weren't going to take a tier program, and you wanted to waive the rehear. Is that right?
No, I was gonna waive it for halfway house possibility, but I have no problem doing tier 4, tier 2.
That's not what I read. That's not what I read, Mr. Meyer.
I
read that. I can pull up the documents that you sent in request. You told the officer that you did not want to complete the treatment and that you were just going to go for the halfway house. And then they told you. Okay.
I said I would not do tier 4. Yes, I said I would not do tier 4.
So why didn't you do a tier 2 then?
Because they will not let me because my drug score is a 5.
So you rather have no treatment and come back before the board than get some treatment.
I'm on methadone. I go to the methadone classes. I mean,
right, and that's still not treatment. That's not treatment, but in my opinion.
Yeah,
and it's my understanding that you were doing the methadone program when you were out in the community before.
Yeah, I was 5 years clean when I was on that.
But so 5 years clean.
Yep, 2016 or 4 years, 2016 to 2020.
2016 to okay, that looks about right. Okay. You know, unfortunately, sir, when you did go on your downward spiral, it was really serious. And the disciplinary infractions that you received even after when you got into prison were all concerning. Like you're cheeking your methadone medication for what?
I didn't have any outside support, so I was selling it. I'm not gonna lie about it. I was selling it. I was doing stupid things when I first came into prison, and I am disappointed in them now, and I look back and wish I could have done something different. That's why I've been doing what I've been doing for the past over a year and staying ticket free and working in the kitchen.
Yeah, well, that I know that you think that this is the things that are supposed to go the way that you, yeah, but we set up, we don't want you to go out to fail, Mr. Meyer, and that's why we asked you to participate in the tier program. And unfortunately, based on the information that I've reviewed, in preparation for today, coupled with the nature of your disciplinary infractions, be that as it may, they were a year ago, but they still display the same kind of behaviors. You don't have the best track record of being compliant when you're out in the community. You have 3 failed out of 4 tries. And you rate high at 36 years old for as a risk to recidivate. I just don't see you as a suitable candidate for discretionary
understand.
parole, sir.
I understand.
So-
I already came in here figuring that,
Well-
so.
Okay, thank you. I'm all set, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I don't have any questions, Madam Chair.
Okay. I don't have any questions either. I know, Mr. Myers had indicated that his longest clean time, I do have 4 years. He has been in, your opening statement, you said you can go out and go into treatment programs, but
Yeah.
there are quite a few other treatment programs that you have participated in previously.
And they
here
were all
we are
completed
again.
successfully. They were all done successfully.
So, but here we are today.
Yep.
So I,
I do not have him voted to discretionary parole, Madam Chair. Inadequate evidence of offender change and lack of program participation are my reasons.
okay.
I mean, you can couple that with his criminal history that is extensive.
So I just did the criminal history and inadequate institutional program and evidence of offender change.
Yes.
Okay. In the case of Daniel Francis Meyer, inmate number 373715, there's motion to deny discretionary parole due to criminal history, inadequate institutional program participation, and evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Mr. Myers, we hope that you'll do something. Okay.
This concludes the hearing for Daniel Myers, 373715.
Great decision.
Like the same way you came down at home.
Mr. Moore, good afternoon. How are you?
Pretty good yourself?
Madam Chair?
What's that?
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is Friday, September 20th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by statement from the record certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, George Shams.
Good afternoon, Panel Member Rodriguez.
Panel member Page.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
My name is Donald Moore, 288-402.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Donald Moore, 288-402. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 5 years jail, followed by 3 years of probation for burglary third, larceny third, 2 counts of violation of probation with underlying 2 counts of burglary third, violation of probation with underlying larceny third, violation of probation with underlying larceny 6, and disorderly conduct. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of March 7th, 2023 at 50%. There's no victim input in this case. The inmate was heard by the board on May 19th, 2023. It was denied parole with a new hearing date set for August 2024. The board recommended the inmate successfully participate in positive programming, complete voices, anger management, tier 4, and not earn any youth disciplinary reports since his last hearing. For his disclosure and review of the RT, he has completed voices and anger management from the panel's recommendation. Moore reported he was unable to participate in tier 4 due to unable to live in the dorm setting that the program was being ran in. And he stated he has a stronger relapse prevention plan ready for the board today. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender overall score for recidivating falls within the very high range. Mr. Moore, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe I should be granted on the simple fact that I've been working on all the problems. All right, let me start by saying this. I have more than a drug problem. I use drugs to dull a lot of the stuff that's gone on in my life in the past. And I've been working closely with my psychiatrist. I've been working through mental health, through different types of medication, and I'm presently looking forward to working with CCAR. I want to try to be a counselor to try to help other people, because I feel like everything I've been through, and I'm done. It's not basically myself. I'm done hurting other people. Like, I've done a lot of damage in my life to other people, and that the more I hurt people, the more I try to push things away, and it's just a vicious cycle that I got to deal with it, or my life's over.
Okay, Mr. Moore, thank you for expressing those comments. We appreciate you, and we're each going to take turns to ask you questions and then deliberate on the record.
Okay.
I'm going to ask Mr. Rodriguez to begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Moore, for your opening statement, for sharing what you could share with us. I would have liked you maybe have written some stuff down. You could have clarified some of the things, but I appreciate that you share what you did, and that you've taken some responsibility for your actions and for the things that you've done in the past, because you have an extensive history.
Yeah, I know.
The other panel heard you. We haven't heard you yet. This is the first time we'll hear you. So I just have a couple of things around some of the questions, some of your history. And it appears to me that it was driven by your substance abuse.
Yes.
And that's kind of where we're at with this,
Yeah.
which was the importance of being able to take a program that would really give you a stronger skill set and a stronger connection to recovery to be able to. And I understand we got the letter indicating about your condition and what the situation is with you, that you have some challenges with that. So I kind of understand that. So what I'm going to be looking for from you is a really strong relapse prevention plan from you.
Yes, I have one.
Because
I have one.
we're going to get a chance to discuss it.
Okay.
Because since the addiction was the driving factor in many of your offenses, you're a multi-state offender, so it's not only in Connecticut, it's other places. I'm going to want to feel comfortable in my decision today, whatever it is, that you've made some progress, and I get that this is a re-hear. So you can take this opportunity now to share with us, what is your really strong relapse prevention plan that will, keep you connected to your recovery and really help you maintain your sobriety?
Yeah. The one thing I just want to express is that I might have a lot of this, all my stuff seems like it stems from just the drugs alone, which that is a main driving factor. But a lot of the I don't sit around. I don't look forward to getting high. I don't have cravings for it. I use drugs my stepbrothers molested me since I was little. I do a lot.
Well, I want to advise you.
I'm going to get to the rest of it.
We're on public video, so the public being able to hear this. So we want to be careful. We want to protect your information.
Yeah,
So I want you to understand that. So
yeah, it's fine. I got to deal with it regardless. And I've really been, my like, I have to work with my mental health. Because if I don't deal with the mental health, I'm always going to try to avoid dealing with life on its own. And I'm gonna, as soon as I get out, my first day out, I'm doing, this is for myself. Nobody's making me do this. I need to get into
Mr. Moore,
yes.
can I stop you? Did you say you have something written out for your relapse prevention plan?
No, I know what I have to do. What do you mean?
I
thought you said you.
Yeah, that's what I was ready to kind of hear that.
So
I thought you're going to read it as well.
Oh, I know what I got.
You're talking off the top. You're talking off the top of your head for things that you
No,
thought about.
I'm gonna lay it right out now. When I get out,
Okay.
I'm doing 90 meetings in 90 days, and I'm gonna work with my psychiatrist. I already have the numbers for the Willimantic C card and the Hartford C card, depending on where I land. As soon as I get out, I'm gonna contact them, and I'm gonna start working with them to be with the counseling, and they help you get a job. And I'm gonna attend, like I said, the meetings. I'm gonna find a sponsor. I've been working the steps, but I've been struggling past the third step, because I just I struggle with the higher power thing, but I'm actually working them. They said it's good to not go through them too fast anyway. They said until you actually have completed the step, you shouldn't move on. But even when I go home, my boss has been sober for 32 years. He has his chip, and he's going to be my family, friends. I don't have, all I have is my family. All my friends are out of my life at this point. I got to start fresh from
That's
this
your
point
community
on.
support, your family.
wait a minute.
Yes.
Ms. Page, can you hear?
I can hear. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, I do. I have my cousins, my nephews, my aunt. My mom passed away, and my grandparents. I don't have them no more, but they be by my side too. They come and see me all the time. They're gonna make sure that, I'm on the straight and narrow. But I'm doing this for me this time. I always did everything for somebody else. I'm getting too old for this, and I stay up at night thinking about the people I hurt, especially in this last case. You know how it makes me feel when I heard that I took somebody's family ashes, and I can't get over it. I got to learn how to try to forgive myself for that. I took a piece of somebody's loved one that I didn't know, and through all my craziness at the time, I took what I wanted and discarded something that meant so much to somebody else.
Yeah.
And that bothers me. And I could never speak like this before. I'm a bad, I always push everything in, but I've been working on everything. I got notebooks in my cell. I write down everything. I try to just.
You're journaling?
Yes. And I attend through the MAP program. I attend 2 weekly groups, once with a counselor and then once with a group. And I've done tier 2, and that was a big part of it too. They said tier 2 anger management and voice, all that is wrapped up into the tier. I had all my stuff packed. I was telling them that I wanted to go to tier 4, but my psychiatrist said, because I went to Carl Robinson, I was only there for not even a month. That's the only time I caught tickets. They put me in they said they feel like, because of my PTSD, that I got to be able to get away from situations, walk away. And in a dorm setting, you can't I told them, I was trying to express to them that I got to deal with these things anyways.
Yeah.
You don't
have any tickets. You don't have any tickets since your last hearing.
No.
Yeah. So
and I'm a floor man. That's the big problem too. I have to work. The last few times I got let out of prison, I was homeless. I went out to probation. I had no place to live. I had nowhere to go. And then and then to eat, I end up hanging, or a place to stay, I sleep on the wrong couches, and I just haven't had a shot in a long time. That's why I'm grateful right now that I got approved for a halfway house already. I'm gonna start a new area, I'm gonna start working, I'm putting that behind me, I'm working on me, and I'm moving forward.
But not only that, I mean, if you run into problems, you know, you have your parole officer you can connect with.
Yes.
Try to
yes.
help you out, to help connect you with any kind of services you're gonna need.
I'm using all that. I'm going out there and I'm going to meet. I'm getting a sponsor. I'm gonna C-Car. I've been they're a really good program. They help a lot of people.
Yeah, they're good. If you connect with them and you work on your recovery, they're very good.
Yeah.
So you've taken a lot of programming.
Yeah. And I take it serious. I'm not
domestic violence. You completed.
Yeah.
Voices, you did do voices, you did anger management.
Yeah. I tried getting in, I tried moving down there and they wouldn't let me. I had all my stuff packed and my psychiatrist and the counselor said, listen, I can't I wouldn't feel good putting him down there thinking that if he can't get away and something happens. It wasn't, you know. But
thank you. I got it. Thank you so much. We got that.
Okay.
All right. Madam Chair, I don't really have any additional questions at this point. I'm willing to hear what colleagues have to ask.
Okay. So,
thank you, Mr. Moore, for answering my question.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Mr. Moore, you kind of got away a little bit from your relapse prevention plan. So when you said you were working on the 12 steps and you're struggling with step 3, who are you working on it with?
I take an individual group with the drug counselor through the MAP program, and there's a bunch of podcasts. I listen to it every night. I write, like I said, I journal and I set goals for me. One of my biggest goals I'm proud of is I'm a floor man. I run a whole section down in the clothing factory for 2 years now. And for me to work a job for 2 years, that's big.
Yeah. So let me ask you, are you still struggling with step 3?
No, I'm getting, I have a problem letting somebody else take the wheel, you know, and I gotta sit back and let my higher power, because obviously whatever I'm doing is not working. So I gotta trust in a higher power. And I've always, I'm pulling back, and they told me I gotta work this before I can go on to my next step. I started and this was probably 6 months ago. I started and I was 2 months later, I'm already on step 7. They're like, that's, and then I started taking it serious. And then now that I've taken it serious, I've been stuck on this because I have a problem just giving control over, and I have to, because obviously everything I've done in my life has turned out bad. I need to just, and my higher power, I'm Catholic, so I believe in God, and I need to just let him guide me.
So, and I can understand why you are stuck on that. So you have to figure that out. And I appreciate the fact that you didn't sit there and say how you went through all of them, because any person who's going through it always has a couple of the steps that they struggle with. And I just appreciate that you said the one that you're struggling with and what you're doing to address your struggles. So that tells me that that's real for you.
You know what? Okay. I was gonna write a bunch of stuff down today. And then I thought to myself, I said, I don't want you guys to think that I just sat up there writing a bunch of stuff down that you guys wanted to hear. I figured it was better for me to just tell you. And then now you guys want me to write something down. So that backfired a little bit. I'm sorry about that.
That's all right. So you know the importance of, and I'm talking about your relapse prevention plan. You talked about the 90-90 meetings.
90 meetings in 90 days, yeah.
Right. So you know that throughout those 90 days, that there are days when you're gonna struggle.
And that's the most
So
important
you're-
days to go, you know?
Right, so on those, see, you got it already. Because I'm gonna tell you, whatever days that you're on, it's because you're struggling and it means that you have to go.
Yes.
So you know what you're doing. CCAR, I know you want to be a recovery coach, but you take care of you first,
Oh, yeah, yes, but
okay? And work with the CCAR people because they're gonna help to teach you to live in a sober community. Okay?
yes, yeah.
And so once you do that, I can see you're the kind of person that wants to share whatever good that you learn with others. And that is kind of your way of, you know, addressing
Giving
all those
back,
burglaries and larcenies and all those charges, things that you did to people. So it's your way. I'm asking, is that your way of making amends?
That's one of them. That's just
Okay.
one of them. That's not, that would never be enough, but it's a good, if I can even help one person not do the things I did, I feel better about myself, you know?
All right. Then I'm all set. I have no further questions for you, and thank you for sharing. Mrs.
You're
Page?
welcome.
No questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so Mr. Moore, we're going to deliberate on the record. You can just listen and not say anything.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Moore has an extensive history. As he shared, driven mostly by his substance use and addiction issues. This is a rehear for him. He was asked to recommended to go into tier 4. There is a letter from his therapist was working with him, kind of explaining why he could not attend tier 4. He has done other programming, tier 1, tier 2, to domestic violence. He seems to have taken quite a bit of programming since he's been there. He's talked about his issues, his mental health issues. He's talked about his addiction and his release plan and wanting to include 90 days. He's talked about having the numbers for CCAR. He talked about the 2 different locations where CCAR was located, that he could get a hold of them. He's going through the steps. He shared going through the steps, and even though he hasn't been through all of them, he shared his struggles with going through the steps. He has talked about his strong support from his family. He's also been in the MAP program and attending groups in the MAP program, 2 a week, 2 weekly groups he's been attending. He's been working as a chairman, I believe, as he said, for 2 years. So for me, as this being a rehear, for me, he has done a lot of the work. And I think that I would be supporting his discretionary parole today so that he can get out and get the services that he can get on the outside with the assistance of his parole officer. That may be helpful for him in being a little bit more successful on the outside. Right now, he seems very motivated.
I do agree. Mrs. Page?
I agree.
Okay, so I had a general no contact with KP.
KP, correct.
Co-defendant, Melinda Sweet.
Yeah.
I had mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary.
Absolutely.
And
And a halfway house. A halfway house, just in case, because the sponsor
The
wasn't
cousin?
confirmed.
Yeah.
Sponsor wasn't confirmed, yeah.
And I didn't know whether we wanted him to do anger management, the other part in the community.
Domestic
Did-
violence, you mean?
No, it was anger management.
Yeah, anger management. We took both. We took DV and domestic violence. I had anger management. But
Well, the anger management, there's not 2 parts to anger management. There's
Right.
2 parts to domestic violence.
Right, I understand that.
You're the DV in the community.
I
Yeah.
had domestic violence in the community.
You had
You did?
behavior, okay. All right.
Okay.
In the case of Donald Moore, inmate number 288402, There is a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after September 20th, 2024 with the following conditions. A general no contact with KP, no contact with co-defendant Melinda Sweet, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, behavior management for domestic violence, and a halfway house in case it's needed. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion granted. Mr. Moore, we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
This concludes the hearing for Donald Moore, 288-402. Mr. Moore, you receive all this in writing, okay? Good luck to you.
Yeah, you too. Thanks, everybody.
I'm gonna go back the same way you came down at home.
Mr. Moore? No, I apologize. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay, we're about to start, okay? Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Smelling. Today's Friday, September 20th, 2024. And this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning. If I state their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
good afternoon, George Chance.
Good afternoon, panel member Rodriguez.
Panel member Page.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Dennis Rodriguez, 296-202.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Dennis Rodriguez, 296-202. He is serving a sentence of 9 years and 8 months with 7-year special parole to follow for criminal possession of a pistol, revolver, possession of intent, narcotic substance, and threatening first. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of November 1st, 2024 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. The offender has an offender accountability plan. A review of the plan shows the offender has completed voices and is currently participating in Tier 2, which is slated to end on October 8th, 2024. He's also completed anger management, good intentions, bad choices, and domestic violence. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender overall score for recidivant falls within the moderate range. Mr. Rodriguez, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Yeah, I feel like I learned my lesson. I did, a lot of programs to rehabilitate myself so I could be a better man to my family, to my kids, and to be a better role model. And I did, I got a letter. Can I read a letter?
Sure, go ahead.
This is a letter that I wrote to the victim. This apology letter. I said, I'm taking full accountability.
Mr. Rodriguez, I thought you were reading an opening
I'm sorry?
statement. I thought you were reading an opening statement.
What you mean by that opening statement?
of why you should be granted parole.
Okay, I said I was going in the same directions as the rest of my friends, drugs and jail, anger and death. My subconscious mind was programmed with the untruth, and I lived on the bottom. I learned that I am many times better than I thought I was. I also learned that coming from a broken home and not having my dad in my life and not living in the same household as me, I wasn't my fault. I learned that although I didn't have control over my beginning, I do have control over my ending. I am a new person today, and I can't block the wrong done to me. I can forgive and forget so that I can go on with my life. The past doesn't have to become my future. I can live life without anger. And I've learned that I can't continue to blame my mom, dad, or others for my actions or problems. Life isn't always fair, and I had to make the best of my situation. The only way I can by moving forward and releasing my past. The life skills class taught me that I am a deserving person with a great potential, that life is a free gift full of many and exciting opportunities, that I can overcome my lifestyle and anger and problems. Growing up, I did not choose what happened to me, but I can choose how I react to it. I learned to overcome all the difficult circumstances I have endured. It has made me strong, and finally I've learned that I am in charge of my own shit and I can steer where I want. I will not change course. It's not an option to keep suffering and negative consequences of my action. I've chosen to live gratefully, and I will work hard for the rest of my life. And I also want to thank you for giving me this opportunity and the time to hear me out. I greatly appreciate it.
So, Mr. Rodriguez, I appreciate your opening comments in how you changed. You have certainly taken many programs. You took Voices, Anger Management, Domestic Violence, and you are working in the clothing factory, and you're in the Tier 2 program, which you will finish October 8th.
Correct.
Any other programs that I did not include?
I tried, and Good Intentions, Bad Choices. You said that?
You completed that one?
Yeah, I completed that too.
Okay.
So altogether, I completed 4, but it'll be 5, but the 5th one will be Tier 2 on the 8th.
Right. Tier 2 will make it 5.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Rodriguez, I want to know what's been going on with you. I know you mentioned something about, coming from a broken home and not having, a father, but there are many other people who can say that and did not do the things that you did. So what was driving these criminal acts that you were doing? Because this sentence that you're serving, it's a pretty long one.
I understand.
And you're just what, 40 years old?
Correct.
Yeah.
So it's time for me to change. I gotta be a better man. I got family that, I got a good support system. And at the end of the day, I was just being selfish, not worrying about, my family, my kids. It was all about me. And one thing that I learned being incarcerated, it was being patient. Because, I gotta learn how to be patient with myself so I can be patient with others. And my family, and I got married while, been incarcerated, and, and she's been a very, very great support. She want nothing but the best for me, and I love her. And I just want to continue to go home and to be there for them, because at the end of the day, my actions is hurting others. It's like hurting my family, hurting my kids asking when I'm coming home, and it's time for me to grow up and let go of the past. Because like I said, my past don't define my future.
You know, like even living without not having my dad in my life, me growing up, I was holding grudges. I was having anger, but at the end of the day, I wasn't hurting, you know, like I was really hurting myself because me being in jail, hurting my kids, got to explain to my kids, you know, why daddy did this, why daddy did that, you know? So at the end of the day, I got to learn how to leave the past and become a better man.
So, you know, Mr. Rodriguez, I certainly appreciate you saying that. You have 8 failed community releases. What happened on those occasions?
I'm sorry, say it again.
What happened on those 8 failed community releases that you were given before?
Because I was just young and dumb and not like, I was just being ignorant and not caring and just moving reckless. And now that I'm older, I don't want to keep being in and out of jail. Something got to change. And this can't be a lifestyle that I want, even for my kids or family. Like, you know, I was just young and me having this time, 9 years and 8 months, everything was just like oh yeah, you know, it's a slap on the wrist, whatever. I ain't gonna do no time, but to believe it or not, like I'm blessed.
So, yeah, but you know, Mr. Rodriguez, you are also blaming the victim, you know, saying that, you know, you were supposed to go to New Jersey and she wanted to go with you and you told her no. And, you know, so you didn't even accept responsibility for what you did. And here you are with a gun possession charge and a threatening first. So, and, you know, just looking at your criminal history, you know, you've had threatening second charges and assault charges, and your criminal history is pretty serious, Mr. Rodriguez. I am happy to hear that you are taking some programs. I'm sure you've taken some of them before. What do you think is different this time?
That I'm older, I'm mature, I know how to take accountability. I learned how to let go past grudges. And this can't continue to be a lifestyle that I want. And I can't continue, you know, to keep thinking, you know, keep dealing with my emotions, because me keep dealing with my emotions is not gonna get me anywhere in life. It's time for me to grow up.
How have you addressed those emotions?
How address that with that? What? Say it again, Miss?
How have you addressed those emotions?
Because I learned how to have patience. I learned how to have patience within myself, so I could be patient with others. I don't react off an impulse like before. Before, I used to deal with my emotions, and that was the wrong thing to do. You know, like I said, I'm getting older. You know, I'm 40 years old. It's not like I'm in my 20s or 30s. You know, where I could keep coming in and out of jail. I don't want to grow old in jail. It's time for me to, you know, wake up and smell the coffee and live life.
So we can't find, you know, I was reading about your employment history, and you said you were working at the convention center, but the Department of Labor, and you were working there between 2014 and 2020. But the Department of Labor has no record of your employment.
No,
So,
I was working for Tamoris. I was working for him, and I also was working at the car wash C&J.
but you couldn't have been working where you pay taxes, you know.
No, because they was paying me under the table because of child support. I have all child support.
So, Mr. Rodriguez, you need to say exactly what the truth is. You may have been employed, but you were being paid under the table. So you were not a tax-paying person, and to think you would do that to avoid paying child support. You have how many children? 6 children?
Correct.
And you pay child support on that for them?
I haven't paid in a while.
What's your responsibility in terms of that?
I'm gonna take legal matters on that when I come home, because I really do want to get that over with and start paying, so I could really, really start, 'cause at the end of the day, I want to work where I have benefits. I want
What
benefits.
kind of job skills do you have,
Like,
Mr. Rodriguez?
when I was out there, I was going to nets too. I was going to get my CDLs. I was trying to
But
get
you
my
don't have your CDL.
No, that's what I'm gonna do when I come home. I'm gonna get my CDL so I can work and drive trucks, because I was going to nets. And then I was catching these cases and it kicked me out. So they tell me for me to get these cases over with, then I could re-attend the classes.
What cases are you talking, Mr. Rodriguez?
The domestic violence cases, the violation of protective orders that I was catching. So that got me thrown out.
The charges for which you're serving time.
Correct.
It's just a sad day for you, Mr. Rodriguez, that you've been avoiding paying child support for your children. How many of them are under 18?
All of them. The oldest is 15.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, I don't have any further questions. Mrs. Page? You're muted.
I can't hear you.
You're muted.
Thank you. Thank you. I was
Okay.
trying to pull it up. I was having a coughing fit, so I muted myself. Sorry.
Okay.
So Mr. Rodriguez, I appreciate all that you've offered in your discussion with the chair today. I have to tell you that I'm very concerned, and the court was as well, because of your history. They said, no, we're not going to try to give him an opportunity on probation anymore. We're going to give him special parole, because they want to be able to get you off the street immediately and keep you off the street until you've gone through a process that allows someone else to read what it is that you've done and then decide whether or not you're appropriate to be re-released again. And I say that because when Ms. Chance asked you about your current offense, and she said, well, you said that it was your ex-girlfriend, that she was vindictive. And remind me of what your response was.
She was being vindictive, she didn't want to see me with somebody else. Like, if she wasn't with me, I couldn't be with her. She just wanted me for herself.
And so is there a protective order in place for this lady?
Correct, 2099.
Okay. And I see you had a protective order in 2018. Is that the same lady?
Correct. She just keep putting me in jail.
No. Just answer the question. So why would she get a protective order against you if she was just vindictive?
She didn't want to see anybody.
No, the court's not going to just give a protective order to someone just because they're jealous. It's far more than that, Mr. Rodriguez. It really is. And then too, when the police arrived on the scene for this offense, she had bruises. Mm-hmm. And you said you didn't put your hands on her. How did she get bruises?
At that time, I was not in the right state of mind.
Did you put your hands on her?
Yes, I did.
So why did you say you didn't and that she was vindictive?
Right.
Because and I can't keep blaming the blame on her, because I'm responsible for my own actions.
Exactly.
And I don't want to keep pointing fingers. I don't want to keep pointing fingers because at the end
That's
of the
what
day,
you've done. And
you're
you know
right.
why I'm saying that? I'm
And I
bringing this
learned
to your
that.
attention because you've taken all these programs and you're still singing the same song.
No, and I learned that. Me keep pointing fingers at her is not is I learned how to take full responsibility for my actions.
You're not taking responsibility for your actions. If the officer just interviewed you a month ago and you're saying that she's vindictive and you're sitting here today and you're saying that she's vindictive. Now, I will give credit. Maybe the relationship was toxic. Maybe her mouth was real flipping reckless. But those two things do not mean that you have a right to put your hands on her.
Correct.
Period.
You're right.
So, I'm having a hard time trying to figure out what you've truly learned from these programs, because what you're saying and what we're reading are two different things.
Not all actions need a reaction. And learn how to walk away. Like I learned how to walk away. I learned how to bite my tongue. Like I said, I don't want to keep living life like this. I want to be a better man. I want to be a better role model to my kids. I don't want my daughter to. I don't
understand
want
all of that. You don't want another man to put their hands on your daughter either, right?
Correct.
Because
Correct.
if you did, you'll be sitting right where you are, I'm sure, just to defend her honor. So why would you put your hands on someone else's daughter?
Right. Right.
It just, this is just ridiculous. And why did you have $14,000 in cash in your apartment?
Because I was dealing drugs.
It's just ridiculousness. It's just too much, Mr. Rodriguez. You've run out of opportunities. And I'm sorry. I wish that I felt differently, but this is too much. So I appreciate your speaking with me and answering my questions. I'm all set, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, yeah, Mr. Rodriguez, I mean, just very difficult case to deal with, man. Just, you had $14,000 in your apartment, you weren't paying child support.
I know.
I mean, you're working under the table. Working under the table at $14,000. I mean, it doesn't. None of it. It really goes against like what we see on paper. That you went to all these programs, did all this work. I mean, and an opening statement, you didn't even acknowledge the victim in your opening statement. You didn't even say, "Wow, I'm really sorry what I did, what happened."
No, that's what I'm saying. Because I have a letter right here. But she said, why would you bring me parole? I wrote a letter to the victim, and the letter that I wrote right here, it says.
You don't have to read the letter. You don't have to read the letter because I don't read the victim's name. But you could have just said, "I'm so sorry to the person or the victim that I hurt," or That's all you had to say. You didn't have to read the whole letter.
No, and I am, and I truly am sorry for what I did and what I created and the pain that I caused.
That goes against your comment if she was vindictive and she was added out for you. You know what I mean? That goes against that. If your feeling is that if she's the one who caused the whole problem, what are you being sorry for?
I understand.
Yeah, it makes it very challenging for us and for you today. Anyway, I think it's a challenge, man to man, never put your hands on anybody.
You're right. Now, like I said, I apologize.
I don't have any questions, man. Got any further questions? Thank you. Thank you for answering, talking, Mr.
Yeah. So this, this is a pretty serious case because Mr. Rodriguez, end of sentence is 2029. Is that what?
February.
Yeah, February 2029. And then he has 7 years of special parole.
He's got 7 years of special parole.
Yeah. I know, I checked it on RT. So, I am not in favor of releasing Mr. Rodriguez today. He still has to do he still has to finish the tier 2, which he will finish shortly. But I think he needs to have a relapse prevention plan and release plan that will include the fact that he wants to obtain his CDL, and now he says he wants to go work with his stepfather or have some other offer. But he also has a substance abuse problem and says he's never been in any treatment, and has a series of domestic incidents with one of the victims. So I don't know. For me,
Hey, Miss, can I say something?
and can I finish? When he was asked how he's going to stay out of trouble, he says he needs to make new friends and change his surroundings. For me, what's concerning is the fact that when he was working, he was being paid under the table to avoid paying child support for 6 children under the age of 18. And that he was selling drugs and had that huge amount of money, and obviously was not paying child support. I'm just I have a lot of concerns about Mr. Rodriguez's behavior. These are very serious offenses, and he's failed his last 8 community releases. And so, the only thing that I could do for Mr. Rodriguez today is to deny and rehear him and give him another opportunity to come up with a really solid release plan that will say to me that he's, number one, not going to go out and sell drugs anymore. And that being in possession of a pistol or a revolver is pretty serious, and he's not going to do any of that. So I would like to hear some feedback from my colleagues, because I'm not feeling good about Mr. Rodriguez today.
Mr. Rodriguez, what is it that you wanted to share?
Hey, Miss, right? I got this paper. I was trying to go to the to do my CDLs, and they told me that I was ineligible because I have too much time. But which I have the paper here. It says 2 years from your EOS or 2 years for parole eligibility. And when I had put it on February, I had 2 years. I'm under 2 years for the parole eligibility. So then they gave me the letter back saying I was ineligible. Now they switched it to a year. So I really was trying to attend the program, the vocational village, but they said now for any vocational village that I got the letter right here, said I need to have a year or under. And like I've been trying. Like I don't want to keep living my life in the streets. I don't like.
So you're saying you have to wait another year there before you can go into any of the DOC vocation programs?
Yeah, I got the letter right here. It's saying that I gotta have a year or under for me to attend that vocational village. I got the letter right here.
Yeah, and you have a lot of time.
Yeah, so when I try to do the CDL, I got denied. Say I was ineligible. So it's not like I'm trying. I don't want to sell drugs. That's not a lifestyle that I want to live, and keep putting people into pain. Like, I really don't. Like, I really want to change. And I'm sorry, you feel the way you do because, you know, at the end of the day, I gotta want it for myself.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, thank you. So you had another domestic back in 2016 where it was like, oh, you stole some tennis shoes or something like that from somebody. Did you fight that lady?
Nah. What it was is that I had came out of jail and she was trying to keep my belongings. So
Oh my God,
so
more
yeah,
blaming.
yeah, so she tried to keep my belongings and she telling me that I had to give her some money because she didn't have no money to pay her car insurance. And I'm like, I just came out of jail. Like, what you want me to do? Like, I can't do nothing for you.
What does that have to do with the domestic? Did you put your hands on her?
Nah, I didn't. I did not put my
Why
hands
did you get a why'd you get a DV? There was a call to the house over a domestic violence complaint.
Not because she said that I put my hands on her, and I never put my hands on her.
The same way you never put your hands on this girl
No,
until we
I
asked
did.
you about it.
No, I did. I did.
And what happened with the assault second in 2001?
So second 2001.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even remember. I'm not even gonna lie. Assault
That
second.
means that someone had some serious injuries in an assault second.
Yes.
2001.
Breach of peace and assault second.
I don't recall that one. Sorry.
It's okay. I'm just saying that you have such a lengthy sentence because of the violence that you've displayed throughout your criminal history. Your history dates back to 2001, sir, of violent behaviors.
Yeah.
Of violent behavior, selling drugs, not evading responsibility, just all over the place, reckless endangerment, just being a nuisance. And
Right.
in 2001, I would say, okay, that's immaturity. He's a kid. But
being 17.
2020, when you're 36 years old, you're beating up the kid, your girlfriends and putting bruises on her. I mean, it's a lot. And honestly, anything that we do here today, even if we say, let's deny you and have you come back in a couple of years. You've taken programs, you're working. I just hope that you can learn to accept more responsibility and not tell the officer that your victims are being manipulative, being vindictive. And honestly, Mr. Rodriguez, that would be a gift to have you come back before us, have you do some more work on yourself and come back. It would be a gift because we can today EOS you and you won't come back. You won't be released until 2029. So let us deliberate. That's what we were in the middle of doing. So I understand your position, Ms. Chance, and I think that I'm along the same lines. I want to give him some incentive to continue working on this. We didn't even talk about the tickets.
Yeah.
Didn't even address them.
And you know what? I thought if we brought him back, I had written down here a vocational program, but he's telling me that they don't even want him in there for when? Another year?
No, I gotta have a year. I gotta have a year.
No, he has to be a year out. In 2028, that's when he can participate. That's what
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's a long time.
Yes.
So,
but in the same vein, he doesn't have his GED. Get your high school diploma. You can go to school. Do something constructive with your life. That's the best that I can do. I really had him denied, honestly, because he did so poorly on supervision in the past, and he is violent. However, I would be willing to give him another opportunity to come back before us with some change. Change this. Our discussion will have to be a lot different than what it is today.
That's exactly, I believe, what I said before and where I'm going, because his entire record is just bad. And I know he said the only thing that I heard him say so far that he took out of the anger management program is the fact that, you know, he talked about, he learned about patience, okay, how to control his emotions. I do think Mr. Rodriguez has to spend some more time working on himself. I'm open to what recommendations, but I did say I would give him the opportunity to come back.
I would give, I mean, he has so much time left and he has a substantial amount of special parole. So I would do at least 15 months. I would do it like a year and a year and a half. Yeah, like 18 months or something.
I thought, yeah.
18 months.
Yeah.
Just to give him some time to work on himself.
And education would be a big step.
No DRs, no more
No
fighting,
DRs.
no more disobeying direct orders. Listen, do your job.
Amen.
You've had a good job.
That disobeying direct order, that got thrown out, and I got that right here.
Okay.
That got thrown out because he was telling me.
All right, Mr.
So
Rodriguez, just let us
I would
finish.
just, yeah,
Denial.
I know, and I have March 2026.
Okay.
So that would be a year and a half. And positive programs, and I think he should do his education program.
Whatever programs he can get in.
Whatever
If he doesn't want his education, that's on him.
Other positive program.
What program that you want? I could attend.
Education is one.
Your
Your
GED.
GED is a big one.
Do some other vocational.
Whatever's available to you. Fatherhood program, maybe teach you about paying your support, child support.
You said
Any
fatherhood?
Fatherhood.
Any positive programs.
Any positive program.
I signed up.
Okay.
I signed. I'm signing up for the second chance program.
Good.
Very good.
So
we're just gonna say positive programs.
Right.
And
so there's no program that I could attend. Just attend a program, and the only program that I could attend right now is the second chance program.
Okay.
Right. So do that. So in the case of Dennis Rodriguez, inmate number 296202, there is a motion to deny discretionary parole for criminal history and inadequate evidence of offender change.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Madam Chair, I apologize. I wouldn't say inadequate evidence of offender change. I would say his poor performance on the 8 failures is something that we talked about. And I would add, I would say inadequate evidence of offender change because we have talked about him saying his being vindictive and stuff too.
Exactly.
Yes.
So that was correct.
Yes.
And, with poor performance while on community release because he had 8.
Yes.
So I have 3.
Yes.
Okay. So in the case of Dennis Rodriguez, 296202, deny for reasons criminal history, poor performance on community release, and inadequate evidence of offender change. We are granting a rehear date of March 2026 with the recommendation to complete positive programs and no disciplinary reports. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay. So, Mr. Rodriguez, we're giving you another opportunity with a rehear date. No DRs, positive programs.
I appreciate it. I really do.
Okay.
And then I have one more question, right? I was doing Penn Foster with my educational, like
I got credits for that right now, and I only need one more credit for that. But I try to get that transfer over here, but they're not transferring that. So, you know, I already, you know, paid for that class. So I'm just, like I said, like I got incarcerated because I needed that diploma for my CDL. So that right there, and that right there, so I just, the diploma, I gotta do that when I'm out there because I'm already in with Penn Foster. And I already,
All right.
so, and that's
Good luck.
fine, because he said education, but I just wanna make sure.
We
that
want you to
we
do
are-
whatever you can that will improve the odds of your returning to prison. Whatever that is, whatever positive program you can get into. So can you send in the next person, please? Second.
Thank you.
Okay, so good luck.
This concludes the hearing for Dennis Rodriguez, 296-202. Mr. Rodriguez, you will receive all this in writing.
Hi, Rachel.
Hi, how are you? Can you send in, Mr. Thomas, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, appreciate it.
See. Thank you.
Mr. Thomas, how are you?
Excuse me?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, we're about to begin.
Okay.
Good afternoon, my name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is Friday, September 20th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, George Chance.
Good afternoon, panel member Rodriguez.
Panel member Page.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Yes, my first name is Tamoris, last name Thomas, 286-699.
This right here hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Tamoris Thomas, 286-699. He is serving a sentence of 5 years for a violation of protective order, assault third, and criminal mischief third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of 8/27/2023 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. The inmate was heard by the board on January 12th, 2024. He was denied parole. The new hearing date was set for September 2024. The board recommended that the inmate completed a tier program and refrain from obtaining any new DRs. Since his last hearing, the offender has completed the following programs. He's completed tier 4 and is currently participating in CCAR, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores. The offender overall score for recidivate falls within the moderate range. Mr. Thomas, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, I have a little something written down.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Thomas.
Okay, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay. First and foremost, I would like to say thank you for allowing me to have a re-hearing. And I would also like to apologize to everyone who was affected by my past behavior. When I first came to Bridgeport Correctional Facility, April of 2021, I knew I had to make some changes with myself and make better decisions concerning my future. Unfortunately, Bridgeport didn't have any programs to attend, so I just basically worked 25 months out of the 28 months that I spent there. After I was sentenced and was transferred to prison, I started and completed domestic violence Tier 4 program. I also enrolled in CCAR, and I'm also enrolled in the aftercare program. And that's just to stay sober-minded while I work on being a recovery coach. I plan on taking what I've learned from CCAR to help others struggling with addiction. Openly give my testimony to anyone who is willing to change. These 3.5 years spent incarcerated allowed me to see the hurt that I caused my kids, family, and loved ones. Phone calls to them are nice, but it doesn't compare to being present and being active in the community. That's partly why I have no DRs, no tickets in these last 3.5 years of being incarcerated, because I fully took accountability for my actions and worked really hard on changing my behavior, not just for myself, but for my loved ones and people who want to help with addiction, because I know that how it is to struggle. I also can be an asset and not a problem. Just thank you so much for hearing me out.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Thomas, and we appreciate you taking the time to write out your opening statement. And so I'm going to ask Ms. Page to begin with the questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Thomas, you and I spoke back in January.
That's
and we asked you to do a few things back then because we wanted to set you up for the best chances to go back into the community and be successful. So we asked you to participate in a tier program. You got into the Tier 4. That's the best program that DLC has to offer. I heard you talk about going to aftercare and remaining sober-minded, and that you were going to carry out some of those things into the community. I heard you talk about CCAR and being a recovery coach. But do you currently have a recovery coach?
The completion is next week, but I'll have to do more classes upon release to be certified.
No, I'm not your certification is great. I don't want you really trying to work with other people who are in addiction until you have your own addiction under wraps.
Yes,
exactly.
I do.
So I'm asking you if you have a sponsor or do you have a recovery coach that's going to be in place for you when you return to the community?
Well, I signed up for Wheeler, and
okay.
They're in New Haven as well as CCAR. That's why I strategically put New Haven down for the halfway house, because I have sponsors like family that I can come home to, but that's not gonna. I want to stay in a structured environment where I can have the help that I need to succeed.
Right.
And since that's in New Haven, I'm sorry.
Okay. So no, it's okay. I just want you to know that there's a long waiting list for halfway houses. So, you know, I know you want the structure, and I can appreciate that because you want to continue on your positive path. But just keep in mind that there are other people ahead of you. So again, I want to keep going back to your remaining clean and sober in the community. What's your relapse prevention plan?
Well, I sat back and I wrote down, I don't have it with me, but I wrote down coping skills for each emotion, because, you know, when people relapse or do drugs, it always starts with a thought. So I wrote down when I'm angry, when I'm bored, when I'm frustrated, when I have disappointment, and I came up with conclusions for all of those, and it's basically just using my coping skills that I got back in tune with.
And what's your coping skills?
Just change your thought, move a muscle. I like to work out. I do crossword puzzles. I mean, I can call people. I have a support system out there.
Right. So that's what I said to you. That's what I was talking to you about, getting a sponsor. Those are all things that you should be working on now. You should have your recovery plan in place before you walk out of those prison doors. because that plays a big role in why you behave the way that you do. I mean, the domestic violence piece is one of it, but I understand that you also have some issues with substance abuse that you need to put first, and then all that other stuff will come into play. So I'm going to challenge you that before you leave to sit there. I heard you say you have your coping plan skills as a plan, but I want you to come up with a relapse prevention plan so that if your coping mechanisms don't work, you have a sober, like-minded person that's out in the community that you can relate to, that understands what it is that you're going through. That same person that you want to be to someone else in the community, that recovery coach, you need that person in your life too. So I'm just going to challenge you to do that piece, okay? I appreciate that you have done very well during this period of incarceration, and you've done what we asked you to do since your last hearing. I am going to support your discretionary parole here today, but I encourage you to continue working. You know, just because you're in there, we know drugs are in there and you can stay sober. When life hits, when you walk out those doors, it's going to, it's real different. Real different. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't have any questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, I don't have any questions either. This was a pretty straightforward case, and Mrs. Page asked all the questions. So.
And I think she outlined very well what Mr. Thomas has to do.
Thank you. So for conditions for him, I have a no LS, the victim, domestic violence, halfway house.
Yes.
Excuse me. And I said domestic violence, yeah.
Yeah, I only had 3.
Yes.
Okay.
That's
all right. So in the case of Tamoris Thomas, inmate number 286699, motion to grant discretionary parole on or after September 20th, 2024, with the following conditions: no contact with victim LS, behavior management for domestic violence, and release to a halfway house. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Mr. Thomas, good luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Page.
You're welcome. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Tamoris Thomas, 286699. You'll receive all this in writing, Mr. Thomas.
Oh, do I wait? I'm sorry.
You'll receive all your paperwork in writing.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Just let me know when we're no longer live, please.